Hello.
Hello!
Hello, Val. I
Just
see.
slowly coming in with capybaras?
Yes.
Yes.
Marching in.
Eh. Yeah, here. There we go. Hello, hello.
Why is it doing that?
I don't know.
It didn't used to do that.
Try and check the settings for it before we start.
Yeah, it has restarted
Yeah.
that thing. Or reset.
Yes. Reset back to factory settings.
Oh, sorry. Ah, sorry.
I have to find the...
That one is also gone.
Yeah.
So. No. So we go to a lit box.
Yes.
Or maybe not a lit box. Chat box. That's the one. Okay.
You wanted it to be bigger. Yeah, around. There we go. And then you have to also put it to one side. So instead of clean, try Twitch.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the one we have.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
And then,
Always show.
well, let's set it to 200 seconds.
Okay.
Just keep it for a long time.
Yeah.
And then let them go away afterwards.
Alright.
And then save settings. I'll do the alert box later.
Yeah. This is nicer to have the fucking chat fixed. Alright. It should be fixed now.
Yeah.
Tell me what happened last time.
We broke Lukako's heart.
Yeah. Yeah, we did. We made Lukaku cry. Because Okabe
Can I punch
is a
Okabe now?
dinkus. I think he's getting punched enough already, but
Can I punch him now?
no.
Can I mutilate his
No.
genitals?
No.
He should not be allowed
He's trying
to
to
reproduce.
do the right thing, but he's being a dingus about it. Because it's either that or
He's
doing
being a right ass.
Sure. It's either that or doing what Kurisu told him to do, and I'm not sure that's the right thing either.
Nope.
Not that he can do that anyways at the moment. No, we need the painter number from Lukaku. We don't know it.
No.
To undo the D-mail.
Undo the dead.
Yeah.
Undo the dead.
So,
Undo the dude.
I guess we have to talk to Lukaku again.
No, we have to go date Lukaku.
I mean, yes, but Okabe doesn't know that yet.
I don't care. Date! It's time to date.
Yes. I have told you a little bit about what's going to happen, mainly for your mental stability.
Yeah.
So yes, we will go on a date
Yes.
with Lukaku,
Yes, please.
which is something Lukaku wants.
Mm.
And it's going to go very awkward, but it's fine.
In any case, the first thing I should do is have an honest talk with the girl in question.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a wink of sleep. I was up all night thinking about Lukako.
She mad.
Mm.
Look at her, she's so mad.
Mm.
早いな。まだ8時だぞ。今日は何かあるのか?
You haven't.
She gives me a glare that's more cute than frightening.
I mean, Mayuri is cute when she's angry. So, sure.
She's never been very good at getting angry. Oh no. That's even worse than being angry.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
何の話だ?
What did I do? What do you mean? Yes.
なぜそれを?
They attend the same high school. How the fuck do you think? They're friends. That's how you know Lukako. For the most part.
Those two are close friends. I should have known Lukako would go to Mayuri first. Of course, Lukako could talk to Mayuri. I should have known.
なんでそんなひどいこと言ったの?
マユリには関係ないことだな。
I think you should just tell her, man.
Will she understand, though?
It's better than saying it doesn't really involve or it doesn't involve you, because it does.
Like this whole thing about the organization, that's no.
Yeah.
That's not okay. This is a serious confidential matter involving the organization.
I mean, on one side he's right, but also she's already involved. On more fronts than one.
Well, yeah, considering she's gonna die, yes.
Yeah, and the fact that she's friends with Lukaku and she now knows. Just fucking tell her, man. I don't think the organization cares why you told that to Lukaku. Oh, Zekko! Oh, she said it.
This is the first time I've ever seen Mayuri so angry. Oh.
Yeah, when I'm making myself look like a jackass competition and my opponent is Okabe. I'm cooked. Very cooked. What's up?
We have saved it, but it has not updated. So if we... Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So copy. And then we go in here and say... no alert box. Chat box. There it is. Go here. Properties.
Put in the fucking URL. Damn.
Can you control V? Look like you heard more characters, but... And then... Okay.
My nail hit it, but it didn't press the button.
It surprisingly doesn't take a lot to press these buttons.
No, but it didn't push the button at all. Because my nail just moved upwards. Now we'll have to see if it gets updated.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to...
who cares right now?
Something, whatever. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, you can't win against Okabe. He's not even trying to be a jerk ass, but if he really was trying, it's not gonna be that hard.
The noise is still coming, but it's working.
Yeah. Noise?
Ah, you're not hearing it.
I'm not hearing anything.
No.
You can turn it off in the...
That's a ding!
Yeah, you can turn that off in the Streamlabs thing.
I don't know if it... No.
This is part of that. There's a sound bite there.
Yeah, that's... No! Yes. sorry. I don't know if it's coming across on the stream. If it's not coming across on the stream, then it doesn't matter.
No, you can turn it off. I don't know if it comes across the screen. I don't hear anything. Because down there you can just disable it.
Trigger sound to notify you when there's new chat active.
Yeah. It's there to notify you.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, maybe it's okay to have it.
Yeah.
You know, so we know when at least one of us knows. When...
You know, I don't. But I also look over there a lot of the time, so it's fine.
Well, can you try and send a message?
Send more emojis.
Yeah. Send more emojis.
More emojis.
I didn't notice it come out.
Hehe.
Bunk bunk. It's not Bongo Kid, it's Bongo Capybara.
Yeah, it's Bongo Capybara.
I don't think that the noise is coming across on the stream.
No, otherwise Val will probably have said so.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to deal with this, honestly.
We got that. Bam, bam.
I did it to save you. But I can't say that. Can't let Mayuri know of my true purpose.
Yeah, she would probably try and stop him. She's like, I don't care about
My
that.
true purpose?
To save Mayuri.
Yeah, no, it's just the wording. It's
Yeah.
a little weird, in my opinion. But well.
何か悩みがあるんだよね。
No. She's sharp, even though she never seems to be thinking anything.
So I keep saying, she's surprisingly sharp when it comes to people.
マユシは毎日オカリンのこと見てるもん。
Mm-hmm.
それにね、昨日も外でクリスちゃんとずっと話し込んでたでしょ。
Yes.
悩みがあるならマユシも聞くよ。
Can I do that?
マユシにも話してほしいな。ね、それでね、ルカちゃんに謝りに行こう。仲直りしに行こう。マユシも一緒に行くから。
No! God fucking damn it, Okabe. Now it's not the time to turn on your Churibyo!
オカリン？
やれやれだな、マユリオ。
やれやれだぜ。
この俺が悩みだと。バカも休み休み言え。この俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト。法王院京馬だぞ。この俺に悩みなどない。
Then you're just being an ass.
混沌への渇望と野心のみだ。
オカリン。
She's like, what the heck is happening?
I can't tell Mayuri. I can't.
I can't.
Can I?
Can I do that?
Even if Mayuri hates me for it.
Meh, meh. From Lukako. Subject? No subject. Okabe-san, I have something important to talk to you about. Please come to the shrine when you can. I'll be waiting. Please?
Something important?
Something important.
Nani?
Nani? You forgot to read that thing. Or was that what he said?
That's what he said.
Okay, I didn't look.
Nope.
I thought you were just talking about the mail in general.
Nope. I told her everything yesterday. I even told her about Mayuri's death. Perhaps after sleeping on it, she finally decided to believe my story. No. Nope.
I'm not sure believing is the right word. There it is.
Do you believe in life after love? Now.
どこ行くの？マユシーの
Excuse me.
話はね、まだ終わってないよ。
Because if there's love, you've already given up on life.
That's not how that works.
これからルカ子のところに行ってくる。
本当？謝りに行くの？だったら
No.
マユシーも。
いや、お前について来られるといろいろ面倒になる。だから留守番を頼む。
When I reach the shrine, I find Lukako standing alone in the courtyard. She still hasn't noticed me. Noticed me, senpai. Finally, Lukako turns around. Aham.
来てくれたんですね。
Is Lukako wearing some kind of shoes making her taller?
No. Usually what they're wearing are flat.
Okay. They wouldn't wear those things with the two.
Not shrine maidens, no.
No. Okay. What do I know?
They wear the bamboo shoes, or
Either.
if it's a like a festival, they might wear getas. But other than that, no.
Well, then either Lukako is tall or Okabe is short.
Both. I think Okabe is supposed to be pretty average.
Okay, for Japanese.
Yes, for
Okay.
Japanese standards.
So
Lukako
is fairly tall,
Yeah,
I would say.
I mean, Lukaku's height doesn't change no matter which world line it's on.
ありがとうございます。
We stare at each other in silence. Crap, this is awkward.
マユリに何を話した？
すみません。でもこんなことまゆりちゃんにしか相談できなくて。
Fair enough.
どこまで話したのかという意味だ。
ほとんどは内緒にしました。まゆりちゃんが死んじゃうっていうこととかも。
It's a relief.
まだ冗談だと思っているのか？
Lukako shakes her head. She believes me?
大事な話というのはにゃんだしょうかにゃ。
Nyandeshokanya. That's what he said.
Okay. I'm trying to be gentle, but for some reason I wound up talking like Faris.
You got corrupted by Faris in the last chapter. Oh no.
I really don't know how to deal with Lukako now that she's a girl.
Don't worry, that's the entire point.
Yeah, but why should you treat them differently? They're
Japanese
still
societal-
Lukako.
Yeah, but that's also what he has to realize. He
Yeah.
hasn't realized it yet. That's the entire point of this chapter.
僕は
お
お願いが。
うん。
You can do it, Lukako.
昨日言ったこと
うん。
信じます。
そうか。
So,
Just continue. There's more to this.
yeah. So she's willing to go back to being a guy, even though I hurt her feelings. Even if I...
Even if I hurt her feelings. Yes, he's repeating that.
I'm not 100% sure if that's supposed to be there.
It is.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. For her to believe me in spite of that makes me pretty happy.
そ
Happy,
れで
happy, happy.
Happy, happy, Happy Chikara! Sorry.
There's another one I'm thinking of. Happy.
Fucking AI, the Sylvian files. Oh no! Don't feel anxious about your birthday, Val! It's supposed to
no.
be a happy birthday.
Well, depends on how the relationship is to their family.
Just because you have a birthday doesn't mean you have to be with your family. You can still be happy on your own or with friends or whatever.
It could be they're still living with their family.
Huh?
I don't know. I don't know what Val's situation is. I'm just
Oh.
saying that I can understand that certain things, especially like a birthday, can make somebody anxious if, you know, the people around them aren't, you know, treating them correctly.
I mean, I understand it, yes. But I still think the birthday should be a happy occasion. If it's a
So
possibility.
it's a Christmas, but tell that to my dad.
I said it ought to be. That does not mean it will be.
No. That's also what I'm saying, is that you like, you can't expect it to be,
No. That's why I said should.
but it'll probably be okay. Just think happy thoughts? I don't know.
That's not how that works.
I don't know
you
your
it.
situation, so I can't give any proper advice.
男に戻る代わりに
In exchange, she wants something in return.
Yes.
と明日まゆりちゃんが危ないことになる前まででいいですから
What? What is she talking about?
だからになってください
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
Pizza's good though.
I need pizza.
If I know pizza, I know work! That reference will always be funny.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a problem sometimes with I mean, if you're lonely, for example, lonely on your birthday. There's a lot of people who don't really have anyone to be with on such occasions.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
よく聞こえなかったんだが、もう一度頼む。
ください
He strikes so hard. When you're close to a death, I mean, that's a way to look at it. That's certainly very similar to Rabona here.
I don't really see it that way.
No, but you talk about it a lot.
I can't comprehend death, honestly.
I think most people can't.
I can comprehend it in the sense that I don't want to die right now. Don't even think I'm supposed to think about those things yet. Honestly, you can think about that whenever you want to, but try to not let it get you down too much.
Yes. Speaking from someone who has depression/PTSD from not thinking about those things and coming like a fucking blue moon. Yeah, you're allowed to think about it. Do think about it, just don't, you know, let it control you.
Think about it rationally.
Yeah.
I think would be the right thing to say. Yeah.
Please be my B-end.
Buen.
はっきりと言ってほしい。俺にできることなら何でもするから。
Boyfriendo.
コーヒー
You could do it! You could do it, Lukako!
恋人になって
strike so hard.
BOYFREIEND. It takes me a while to process the word. What did she just say?
Wait a minute.
She wants me to be her boyfriend until tomorrow?
Yes.
No, not
She
until tomorrow.
なぜだ
Through tomorrow.
Yes.
But
But for him, until tomorrow also means including that day. That does for a lot of people.
yes, I know. It's just wording is
Mm.
important.
だからです
Wait a second. Oh,
See? He's blushing. Slightly. This is too sudden! What do you mean? Kurisu literally told you yesterday that Lukako has feelings for you. It can't come too sudden. You had an entire night thinking about Lukako.
I hope it doesn't deserve this. I could take care of Lukako.
I mean, yes, but that's not how this works.
No.
You don't control who you fall in love with.
Now I'm just talking like an insult. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
This is too sudden. I can't think straight. No! That's just... Why?
I don't know, just continue. Just continue. He's not wrong.
考えさせてくれ
No.
It's also wrong to be like yes, and then not really being attracted to Lukako in that way.
No. I'm so embarrassed I can't look back.
It's not easy to think about.
オカリンどうだった
Horrendous.
ちゃんとルカ
It
ちゃん
went
に
horrendous,
謝って
Mayuri.
きたかな
そうだなジューシー唐揚げナンバーワンをレンジでチンして D メールはつまり ABC と
Well, someone's not quite there.
ほよ
Hoyo?
すなわち電子レンジはバラ十字団の思想を受け継ぐ
By
騎士た
night,
ちの
the
錬金術が
Rosicrucian Order.
チンとなる音こそが洗脳装置で実はチンとなる意味など全くなく
Alright, the Rosicrucian Order. A circus society founded in the 17th century German by Christian Rosenkreuz. Rosenkreuz was supposedly a practitioner of alchemy and black magic.
Alchemy has nothing to do with the microwave.
No.
Bros brain fried, yeah.
Alchemy, the art of taking one thing and transmuting it into another. The chemistry before chemistry was a thing.
Yeah.
In fiction, even human bodies and souls can be transmuted. Brotherhood.
Not just brotherhood.
No, I know. But that one particularly deals with alchemy as a concept more than the original does.
Full Metal Alchemist?
Yes.
Yes.
Equivalent exchange is a fundamental law of alchemy. In the Middle Ages, alchemists attempted to use chemical processes to transmute common metals such as lead into precious metals, such as gold. Their efforts paved the way for modern chemistry. Yeah, his brain's so fucking fried. He's like, his brain is like, what do I do? Do I say yes to this whole thing, even though I don't really like Lukako in this way? To say Mighty or ah?
オカリンが壊れちゃった
Okary's broken! Literally.
BSOD.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
So, I feel like I've seen that before, but
I don't know internet speak.
I don't know if that's internet speak.
I
It's
don't know
not
it either way.
something I am familiar with, but then again, I am not. I wouldn't say I'm terminally online anymore. Not to the same point as what I was before.
No, I mean, we're also just too old. Blue screen of death, I see.
Ah. Yeah, no, yes, I remember that now. Yeah. Oh god. Oh god. I haven't seen that in years. I'm pretty sure. Holy shit.
I just don't know stuff like that. Never bothered. Yeah, his inside of his brain's the blue screen right now. Trying to fix itself.
I mutter
Incoherently?
Just give me a second.
Words.
I mutter incoherently as I set up the time leap machine.
何してるの？
Absolutely nothing, Marty. Don't worry about it.
少しばかり戦略的撤退を図る。
He's running to the past so that confrontation never happened. Oh my goodness.
How far do I go? As far as I can. Yeah, that's it.
You can't run from it, Okabe.
Far away from here.
You can't run! Damn it. This is not how this works. Someone to turn him off and on again, yeah. Probably is the only one who can do that is Kurisu.
Punch him.
At this point, Kurisu's the only one who can do it.
Punch him so hard he faints.
Yeah. We call Kurisu. She'll do it willingly.
I jump all the way back to August 11th, the limit of the time leap machine's range. Wait, really?
Yeah. He runs away as far as he can from that confrontation.
Oh my
He really
goodness.
doesn't know how to deal with that. It's not gonna change the fact that Lukako likes you. Okabe. Even 4 days ago, she still likes you.
Twice in a row, I leapt.
In total, he lived
60.
77 hours back. In total.
No, it says twice in a row.
Yeah, but he can only leap back 48 hours at
Yeah.
a time. So that's why.
I'm also confused.
Yeah, this is in total. Twice in a row. I leapt so many hours back. It's much more separated than you'd think.
Okay.
Yeah.
気が散るからこっち見んな。何度言わせんのよ。
She's still working on the time leap machine.
Upgrade.
I know I shouldn't interrupt her, but there's nobody else I can rely on.
お前を天才脳科学者と見込んで話がある。
手短に。
柳林神社まで一緒に来てほしい。
Like that's gonna solve anything.
理由を言って。デートとか言うつもりなら断る。
Not with you!
この俺がデートなどという軟弱なものをするわけがないだろう。ましてやその相手が女子とか冗談もほどほどにしてくれ。
I love how in English they put his name in there.
Eh.
He just said kono order as in me? Someone like me.
Yeah.
It's like does not go on dates.
I mean, it fits
It does.
well
it's
enough
just
with
funny.
him talking about himself in third person.
Yeah,
or talking about his alter ego in third
yeah, his
person.
Junibyo self.
つまり男の脳と女の脳の違いについてだ。
That's not going to solve anything, Kurisu. That's not gonna
Okabe.
make... No. Making Kurisu do this is not gonna change.
No.
Lukaku is still going to cry when you explain that Lukaku is a boy in another world line.
I briefly explained my situation and what happened with Lukaku before I leaped. And also the current situation. How many times have I explained this to Kurisu now?
You're the one who leaped back this time. Here we go again. Well, you did complain last time that you could just leap back and redo it. That's what he's doing!
I was
I
like,
don't think it's gonna fix anything.
he suddenly has a chance to do it better.
Yeah, I don't think it's he's trying,
本実は
but yeah,
ウル
it's
スバ
not
ー
gonna
さんに
fix
話があ
anything.
るの
This is not the way to go about it.
This is the strategy I thought up. Its name is Operation Christina. Sure.
何でしょうか
Lukaku's like, huh?
Eh?
男性と女性で脳の働きって全然違うって知ってた
What? No, that's bullshit.
Let her continue.
That's
Huh?
BS.
Lukaku's like, what?
Hey,
男性は右脳が活発女性は左脳が活発なの
Scientifically, statistics say yes. Doesn't exclude the other, of course, but statistically, yes.
I feel like that's more of a correlation rather than causation.
I would say no, it's definitely not a causation. It's just how it turns out most of the time.
That's just how it happens to be.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything.
Not necessarily. But let's then continue. She is supposedly a scientist on it, so she's not being biased. Lucas like, okay.
ちなみに右脳は画像処理とか空間処理あとは総合的な判断力なんかに使われる左脳を使うのは言語あと計算とかかな
She's not wrong.
I just no. I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just like, why are you telling Lukaku this?
I don't know.
そうそう右脳と
I
左脳
think
を
she's
つなぐ
trying
右脳っていう
to
のがあるん
explain
だ
to
けど
Lukaku that
女性の場合
it's
は
not necessarily
これが
bad
確実
to
です
be male brain-wise.
Yeah, but it's
Also, that is actually
wanting
true.
to be the opposite gender has nothing to do with your fucking brain.
I mean, that right there is true. Though.
Right, left brains are connected by the corpus, which is more developed in females.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, but it's just no. It's you're making it.
No, just continue. This is I agree with you. It's completely
女性は2つ
BS to
以上の
explain this
こと
to
ができる
Lukaku because it's not gonna have any
それは
impact.
脳量が発達してるからだっていう説もあるわね
Multitasking is not a thing. It's fake. It
Yeah.
doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree with that. Nobody can multitask. The only reason why you think you can do that is because one of them is running on auto. You
The-
don't have to think
The
about
the
it.
thing is that they are better at switching quickly between
Yes.
multiple tasks. Like
But one of them will always run
juggling
on auto.
multiple tasks, but at no point are they doing two tasks at once.
No. That's the reason why learning instruments can be really, really hard, especially if you have to make different movements between your hands, like on a guitar, because you have to think about both strumming. Yes, I was like, that sounds wrong, and putting your fingers at the right fret. But if you learn to just strum on auto, because that's just muscle memory, you only have to think about the fret. And if you also learn that to do that on auto, maybe you can sing. Right? It's not multitasking, it's running on muscle memory. You're not even thinking about it. And it's not multitasking. And if you suddenly have to think about it, you just switch another thing to auto and start thinking about that.
You don't have to. I don't know how widespread this one is. There is the thing about patting yourself on the head, and then
because you're making
like
two different movements. Yes.
making two and having your the other hand rubbing on your stomach in a circle.
Yes.
Like doing those things at the same time, and then changing around.
Yeah.
To do that, some people are better at doing that than others, but because they
People
have
who could do that will be very good drummers.
yes, I'm not a very good drummer.
No, me neither. I cannot keep
The
rhythm
rhythm,
like that. No.
no, I sort of can, but I have to concentrate very hard on it.
I mean, if you train, you probably could.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because then he's just running on auto.
if I trained, I could. Yes. If I trained.
Yes.
Can't fucking be bothered. Which is why I decided to go with guitar instead.
Yeah. Anyways, he's right about that particular part.
Yes.
Again, completely useless information to give to Lukaku, but here we are. Okabe tried, and Kurisu doesn't know how to handle this either, I suppose. It's like, what?
Kurisu might be a girl. She doesn't know how to talk to girls either.
No! She's a scientist at heart. She uses logic and hard facts to...
She's not a people person.
She's not a pathos
No.
person, okay? She doesn't know how to appeal to emotions. She knows how to appeal to facts and authority.
What the hell is she talking about?
Yeah, even Okabe's like, what?
これはどっちかっていうととんでも科学に近い俗説であってそれほど信憑性が高いわけでもないんだけど
Yeah. Why is she saying that? I don't know. Even she herself is like, I mean, they're kind of dubious at best, though one of them is technically true, but it doesn't mean there aren't some with more mature corpus callorisms that are male. It's just, it's a tendency.
An experiment?
何をですか
I'll make you into a boy. Let me experiment on the differences.
あなたの脳が女性としてのパターンを示しているのか男性としてのパターンを示しているのかマッピングしてみたいの
Alright, let's just get through this ridiculous plan.
I am furious.
Yeah!
何ですか
Lukaku is scared.
脳波マッピングあなたの脳波をサンプルとして取らせてもらうだけとにかく調べればわかるって
Do you have access to such tools to be able to do this? You most certainly do not have it at the lab.
No! She's just going around.
What's the bottle? He's going at the
At the middle. Saying yes.
at the clamp or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. I think she's just, you know, lying to get Lukaku to agree. That's all this is.
嫌です
No, thanks! I don't think I want to do this!
You do not have the equipment for this.
ほんと大丈夫だから私が保証するからほらほら
Actually unsure if you would be able to use the headset for the time leap machine for that.
It's only made to capture the hippocampus, so no.
Yeah.
Not when you want to map it.
No.
It's not made for it.
お前はどこの変態親父か
I should never have asked you!
私はただ彼女に貴重な被験者として
帰れこの実験大好きっ子が
Even Okabe is like, alright, this was not the plan!
協力してあげたのにそういう扱いなわけだったら言われた通りに帰るあとはあんた一人で頑張りなさい
Kurisu leaves the shrine with squared shoulders, muttering darkly to herself.
岡部さん
What happened?
何の話を
つまりだなお前は本当は男なんだ
Why can't you just say that in another word line you were a boy instead of saying, actually you are a boy? That's not.
This
Lukaku
is not a guy.
No, not currently. God damn it. And another word line, yes, but not this one. Oh god,
He jumped back in time just to say the same thing.
Yeah, I think he's panicking now that Kurisu's thing didn't work.
I mean, first of all, he didn't plan anything with Kurisu.
No, he just asked for her help.
And she just spouted some bullshit.
Yeah, she did the best she could. She's not right for the job, and neither is Okabe.
He was hoping that since Kurisu is a girl,
Yeah.
that she would be able to talk to Lukako, who
Yeah.
is a girl.
No!
No! Kurisu is a scientist more than she's a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking death. Oh my god, Okabe. Alrighty then. And the result is the same, of course.
Can we just... I don't want to do this. I don't want to deal with this.
We'll get through it.
Uh-huh.
At least you didn't have to see anything else. You just got to know.
No.
Didn't matter. Same thing happened. Next day.
It's morning now. This is the second time I've woken up like this. Though the date was different the first time.
Yes, because you went further back in time.
In any case, my mental state is exactly the same as back then.
And she's mad again. That's the downside to this being about time travel. You're gonna see some of the same shit again.
がっかりなのです。
Of course.
オカリンってばルカちゃんを泣かせたでしょ。ルカちゃんに相談されたんだよ。男だったって言われたって。オカリン、なんでそんなひどいこと言ったの？
これから会いに行ってくるから案ずるな。
Okabe,
Are you gonna say yes this time, or are you gonna run away again? I wanna know now. What do you think's gonna be different this time?
Okabe, you are not the sharpest tool in the shed.
No! He is not! But he is technically also supposed to represent the average Japanese person. Except for the fact that he's a physicist student.
What?
A physicist student.
A physics student.
Same. Student of physics.
I've lost all my willpower to play this.
We can get through it.
So you say.
Yes, I know we can do it.
そうなの？よかった。オカリンが謝らないって言い出したらね、マユシーはオカリンと絶交するつもりだったんだ。
Yes, we know. We heard you.
2
days in the future.
That mail should come any minute now.
That is. It says the same thing. I'm not gonna read it again.
If I go to Yanabayashi Shrine now, Lukako will confess her love and ask me to be her boyfriend. Boyfriend-o.
恋人になってください。
She worked up all that courage, and you just ran away from it.
クリスティーナ！クリスティーナ！
What now?
クリスちゃん、寝てるの？徹夜なんだから起こさない方がいいよ。
I know, but I have to do this.
クリスティーナ！起きてきてくれ！
She's just gonna say the same thing she said last time. Just fucking date her.
クリスちゃん、トゥットゥルー。
Well, at least we have Mayuri.
これから柳林神社に行く。
Come with me again!
来てくれ。
I knew it. You think she's gonna come with you this time?
オペレーションクリスティーナ2だ。
Oh my goodness.
までまゆりちゃんが危ないことになる まででいいですから。だから。
Also, it's very disrespectful to bring Kurisu here when
Yeah.
Lukaku just wants to confess to you.
Yeah. And you know it. It would be something else if you didn't know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, even then, considering the message he
Yes.
got,
Yeah.
he shouldn't have brought someone else here.
no. Doesn't seem like Luca will care right now about that.
待ってください。本当に。ください。
Stop grunting.
That's a Japanese thing.
恋。
Stop grunting, you filthy fuck.
He's just waiting for her to get it out.
待ってください。
Same as before. It's time to set Operation
Good
Christina
fucking
2 into
luck.
motion.
すまん。ちょっとだけ待ってくれ。
よう、リア充。
Nice, Chris.
We already had normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we were talking to
Daru. But it's because it was
Daru.
another. It was an ending.
Yeah, it was an ending.
So
I know.
that's also why it's dark red and not light red. But it means we've seen it.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Oh.
I couldn't see the difference.
今のルカ子の話聞いていたか。
今北産業。
聞いてなかったのか。
この遠さじゃ聞こえるわけない。
告白。15日まで。そしたら男に戻る。
把握。でも何をいちいち私に相談することがあるわけ？漆原さんの願いを叶えてあげればいい。
だけど相手はルカ子だぞ。
どこが不満なの？あんなに可愛いのに。
Got that fucking right. Lukaku's cute no matter
しかし
what body parts they were born
元
with.
は男だったなんてのもあんたの妄想かもしれないし、私から見れば彼女は最初から彼女だった。観念しなさいって。じゃあね。
You and Chris was like, just do it!
Bullshit. It's like, fucking get over it.
Yeah.
あいつ何のために連れてきたと。
Because you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Or a useless assistant.
今の電話の相手って牧瀬さんですか？
No.
あ、ああ。
そうですか。なんだか今の岡部さんとても楽しそうにお話ししてましたね。
Oof. Oofa doofa.
どこがだ。
Is it pressure? Is she... Oh, hello. Is she applying psychological pressure? Yes. Multiple skulls.
Yeah. Yeah.
それで
Okabe is just not a person who's able to handle this very well. But he's gotta learn at some point.
お返事を
Aiko,
Hey, you have to stop that.
It's a little hard to tell sometimes. Like, I know that nobody's saying this currently, but
I understand that it is confusing because it's not like the thought text is a different color or anything like that to indicate it.
No. A 4-day trial relationship. But still. I'm on a mission to change Lukako back into a guy. I need to accomplish that mission to save my ID. If I go out with the girl Lukako and fall in love with her, then will I be able to treat Guy Lukako like I used to? You could just go out with Guy Lukako.
Who says you couldn't?
What's the issue? What's your damage, boy? But on the other hand, Lukako's cooperation is essential to save my ID. I won't get anywhere if I reject Lukako and make her cry. For the sake of my goal, I must overcome the problems of my heart. I'll do it. I'll take Lukako's deal.
Oh, thank God you're not running away again.
But if you're going to do this, I tell myself there's one rule that you must follow.
Don't fall in love with her, I guess, is the rule he's gonna tell himself.
Don't kiss? Okay. You must not fall in love with Lukako.
Good fucking luck, Lukako.
Why?
Is so adorable. That's not gonna work.
I don't see why it's... whatever.
I mean, that's all up to preference.
I guess... No, sorry, not guess. I get that it's because... Story-wise, you're supposed to end up with Kurisu.
Yes. You want the true ending, yes.
Yeah.
いいだろう。お前と付き合おう。15日の夕方までだが。
She's so happy.
Sniffles.
Yeah. Sniffle.
嬉しくててっきり嫌だって言われるかと。
Technically, he's never said no. He just ran away the first time.
よかった。
She doesn't know about that.
No.
よかった。
I know, it's just funny. It's like, he's never
He was
actually said no.
essentially saying no. He was running away from
He
it.
didn't know what to say. Is what his thought process was.
She's too
She
cute.
is cute. Lukaku is cute.
I mustn't fall in love.
But
What
I'm
about
about to.
you?
That's not how that works either, Okabe. Tell me you've never been in a relationship without telling me you've never been in a relationship.
なんだ。
その明日デートに連れてってください。
なんだと。
A date. Oh, that only took like an hour to reach.
A date? True, when a couple goes somewhere together, that's called a date.
In Japan, yes.
It would really be a dick move if I refused to go on a date right after we started going out.
Yeah, that would be a dick move.
問題ないが。どこへ行く？
That's for you to decide, Okabe.
岡部さんの行きたいところに行きたいです。つまり岡部さんが好きな場所を知りたいから。
Oh god.
Choose very carefully, Okabe.
That's gotta be my queen.
Please no.
That's the place he frequents. That's the only place he frequents.
I mean, we don't know any other places he frequents. Other than the shrine here. He frequents the shrine here.
Fucking just take her to an aquarium or some shit like that. It's
I'm
whatever
pretty sure
that's a very basic
yeah,
thing to do.
the thing is just Lukaku wants to get to know more about Okabe.
I know.
Lukaku at this point probably knows he's never been in an aquarium in his life. So that wouldn't really work for what Lukaku wants.
No.
We'll see what he comes up with. I'm pretty sure he at least understands that he shouldn't take her to May Queen Yan Yan, but we'll see.
Fucking hope so. So in other words, she wants me to decide for her.
Yes.
No, not for her. For the both of you.
プランは明日までに考えておく。
And let's take a small break.
Yeah. It's like, you want to take a break here?
Yeah, I think now's a
Yes,
good
because
time
now
to do that.
he's gonna talk to Kurisu about
What to do.
what you do on a date. Like she would know. She's never dated anyone in her life.
People might have asked her out. Because, you know,
Um,
she's not exactly bad looking.
No, but given what I know about how she behaves at the laboratory, and because she's like she seems hard to approach if you don't know her already.
No, but
even in America.
yeah, that's
So that's why I'm like that.
that doesn't mean that nobody's gonna try to ask her out.
No, but
There are most likely someone who has tried to, and
just flew over her head.
most likely she's just like, what?
Yeah. Who are you?
Anyways, I'm gonna go back to the lab.
Yeah.
Kind of just completely ignores him.
Yeah.
Kind of, but without intent of ignoring them. Just kind of just
It flies
not
over her
understanding.
head.
Yeah,
That's what it does. It flies over her head.
she don't get it.
She's the kind of person who's just like Freeman, who wakes up like 10 years later. I was like, wait, they were trying to flirt with me? He's a noob.
Yeah.
That's the kind of person Kurisu is.
Yeah. He's a very bumpy loaf.
Mm-hmm. Right. Anyways.
And Apollo's happy.
Yeah, I mean, he's in her face.
Yeah. Well, okay. Break time. Remember, a break for us means a break for you. So, you know, get up, stretch, cycle your fluids, as in, like, you know, go to the toilet, get something to drink.
It's...
Take your medicine if you haven't.
Eat if you're hungry, yes.
That too. Yeah. Take care of yourself.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. We'll be back in just a bit. So, stay tuned. Back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just talking a bit about vinyls, custom vinyls, and stuff like that. Yeah. I really want to get into collecting vinyls, and
You want to collect so many things.
listen here, you little shit.
I'm just saying the truth. I ain't judging you. I also want to collect shit. I'm just saying you want to collect so much. Thanks, well.
I know, but I feel like it, like having, like, you know, I have certain music, and especially a band that I really want to have the vinyls of, because I want to not only support them but also have proper versions of their songs, like the highest quality of the songs. But What else was I gonna say?
I don't know.
So it makes sense to want to get vinyls, but also because I love vinyls. I've loved them since I was a child. My father has a bunch of vinyls. I think they're cool, and it is clearly the best audio you can get if you get a proper turntable. That is. Yes. I would like to get the one that my father used to have. That one isn't being produced anymore. Not to mention it was Bang & Olufsen.
Yeah, that's a expensive brand.
The only reason why he doesn't use that anymore is because the needle broke and he can't get a new needle for it.
Yeah.
Because they used a special needle. A proprietary needle.
Yes.
So, yeah. They ain't being produced anymore.
Nope.
Sadly.
Too old for that shit.
Yep. It was very good though. It was a good turntable.
Oh well. Let's continue.
Yes.
You want to date
So did
people. So.
Yeah. Hang on. See if I can. Ah, God, I hate that feeling. Nope, help. This is these ones specifically that are really hard to open. Because the other ones I usually get, the normal monsters that are just sugar-free, are not hard to open.
No.
It's like the pull tab is different.
It's so far down for some reason.
It is. It's very far down. And it's so thin, so the edge on it is hard to get a hold of. I had her wait for me outside the shrine, but she was completely useless.
I don't know what you expected.
結局
No.
付き合うことになったの？ああ、漆原さんのリアクション見てたらなんとなく予想はつくけど。
Bonk. You hit the mic.
Yeah. What?
I'm just waiting for you to press.
お前見ていたのか。
岡部が見てろと言ったんだろ。
He did.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
明日デートだそうだ。
ふん。狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんって女子高生
She's like, "Were you eating?"
するのね。
Mm.
うう
ちっとの狂気じゃない。
Can you not read it?
No, it was. I can technically, but it was still in the way. Just wanted not to be in the way.
Pros is very interested in what you have there. It looks interesting. But
Especially
you
'cause
can't
I'm
have
eating
it, Pearls. It's full of sugar
Hmm.
and carbs. Yeah.
ごめん。ちょっとイライラしてて。
The only carbs you get is from oats.
Yeah. Of course she doesn't.
Kurisu doesn't tell me what she's irritated about. Well,
She's a tsundere.
she doesn't want you to know that she likes you.
No.
あんたはまゆりを助けるためにこの選択をしたのよね。私も考え方を切り替える。
What?
で、明日デートするにしてもプランはあるの？
Date plans.
That seems a little outside of your budget.
Yeah. It says oshadede. That's fancy.
I mean, just look at it.
Yeah.
While fish isn't super expensive in Japan, and eating out in Japan isn't expensive.
Fish is not also seen as like a luxury thing in Japan, so
No.
you'd much rather see other things.
But there is lobster here.
Yeah.
But this is definitely a fancy place. You're not gonna give her alcohol, are you?
This is just a website.
I'm watching Chiyoko. Aiko!
Hey! Yeah.
I'm watching Chiyoko.
He can't even
Don't
drink
you dare.
alcohol.
No, exactly.
So he can't even order alcohol.
Mm.
Premium night. Happy anniversary.
I told Lukuko I'd come up with something by tomorrow.
Special dinner.
So far, I've made no progress.
どうなのよ。
This
This
calls for
calls for
Hoikoma. No, it doesn't.
Hoikoma.
No, it doesn't.
助手よ。お前に一言言っておく。
Hey.
アイザック・ニュートンと同じく IQ170 に生まれついたこの俺。
You are nothing like Isaac Newton.
狂気のマッドサイエンティストで。
I'm sorry, you're not.
No.
それで
She's just like, you know what, whatever.
当然。マッドサイエンティストで。
No, bro.
But I wouldn't. It's bird-sized.
世界を影で操る支配構造の
He's trying to get up there.
創造であり
And now it's gone.
Ow. She got banned. No.
どう見ても童貞です。本当にありが。
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, damn bird turning off mics. Don't see how she exactly did that, but okay.
She pressed the buttons.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyways. LeMayo.
She just wants the cake bread thing. Don't worry about what Okabe is saying.
No, I'm more what Kurisu's saying.
Oh, she's speaking otaku speak.
Okay.
今のは聞かなかったことにして。
Glad to take some.
I cannot eat anything. Nothing. I am stuffed.
I don't understand you.
おのれこの女子風情がよくもズケズケと真実をついてくれたな許さない
I thought you didn't want to be a normie. So why is it?
It is normal to be a virgin in Japan, though.
No, that's not what I mean.
At this point, it is.
You know what they mean by normie, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know,
exactly.
I know.
Because he doesn't want to be a normie. So, but for some reason, being called a virgin is insulting. But
Yes. He
if
doesn't
you're
want to be a normie, but he also doesn't want to be a virgin. Yeah, I know how double moral or oxymoronic that sounds, but
fucking incels, am I right?
you know, Japanese people, otakus.
Men.
Yeah.
ごめん。
大体そういうお前はどうなのだ俺に講義を垂れるほどにデート経験は豊富なのかそれ見ろお前だって勉強や研究に明け暮れてそういった経験はゼロなのだろ遠いアメリカの地で寂しい青春時代を送ってきたのだろ
うるさい。バージンで悪いか。
She's also been crying. I don't know if you can see
18
that.
歳天才少女か
I wouldn't be surprised to see it plastered across the blogosphere.
場所を変えるわよ
Sure thing.
Oh,
Dies
Dies
of
of
cringe.
cringe, yeah.
女の子との初デートで重要なのは相手に与える印象をいかに良くする
would you
か
stop, Pearls?
Yeah, look what I have for you. To get it out of your mess.
Shut up.
She's ready to put
不
the
潔な格好は論外
beacon.
特に髪はきちんと散髪すること長髪は汚らしく見えるので NG
This sounds like fucking what is she called? Is it like Anigale? That's the book about proper etiquette? A Danish book, an old book.
Obviously.
Yeah, it wasn't it called Anigale?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't think I've ever heard of this.
you definitely have because they talked about it at Wonder. So, once. As a
Who?
joke.
Who?
Who?
Who talked about it?
At Wonder.
Who?
I don't know. It was for one of the. It was for one of the Wednesday sessions we had
Sessions?
before. Yeah, you know, where we all gather and you know we sing, and they also usually use half an hour to 40 minutes on talking about some kind of subject.
Or the morning stuff?
Yeah, on Wednesdays.
On Wednesdays, yeah.
Yeah.
Just because they talk about it doesn't mean I know about it.
No, but they said all this.
You expect me to remember?
I don't know. I'm just saying you definitely know it. You just don't remember it. That's a difference.
I didn't need to remember it, so therefore I probably don't know about it either.
Either way, it sounds exactly like that. It's just an old like.
I mean, Japan is kind of, old-fashioned.
Yeah, you can't even have long hair as a male if you work a normal salary job.
No.
There's a certain length it must not go over. At schools as well, so it's
ぴ
Stupid.
ったり合ったサイズのものを
yeah,
着ている
yeah, it is.
特に秋葉系の男子は大きめのサイズの服を好んで着ている傾向にあるがこれはだらしなく見えるのでよくない
She's reading from a book,
Yeah,
I would have to assume.
yeah. The way she's saying things, it's stuff that is written. I can hear that based on how she's pronouncing things and what words are in there.
What was I thinking? It's one of them I'm forgetting, but haircuts have no gender. Clothes have no gender.
Yes.
This is all made up in our mind.
Yes. It's especially funny because, like, things we traditionally see as feminine or masculine was sometimes the opposite back in time. So it makes absolutely no sense.
Just back in the 19th century.
Yeah.
You don't have to go that far back.
Nope.
Most of what we think of how things work stems from the last century, which is nothing.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make fucking sense.
Even if we go by the whole, like, God created the universe, even then, it's nothing.
God didn't create clothes, so
No. Humans create clothes.
exactly. So therefore, humans can decide what they want to use what clothes for what. But don't expect everyone to follow the same kind of opinion on it as you. God didn't declare any of that stuff.
Nope.
So that's not a thing you can argue about. Anyways.
I'm also pretty sure that at no point in the Bible does it state how
No.
Adam and Eve's hair looks.
No, I don't think so. From what I remember,
It was me.
yeah, I know. From what I remember, no, it doesn't state that.
So
It just states that
we have
it's a man
depictions.
and Eve is a woman. That's
We have
all.
depictions of them.
Yes.
That is, you know,
But that's based on what people
caricatures.
think. Yes.
based on what people expect
Yes.
from men and women. Why exactly am I in a maid cafe getting date advice from my younger assistant?
Who's also a girl?
初デートではお
He
互いに
says he
緊張
thinks
す
in
ることが多く
parentheses.
会話が途切れがち。重要なのは会話のキャッチボール。
Yeah, I'm bad at conversation catch. I'm very bad at that. That's like the thing I am the worst at when it comes to conversation. The only god I believe in is Flying Spaghetti Monster. Exactly, Val.
If the flying spaghetti monster didn't create the universe, then why does DNA look like spaghetti?
I would argue that it doesn't, but
It looks like fusilli.
it does not.
Yes, it's spiral.
Yeah, but it's spiraled in such a way that it's not equally spiraled like fusilli. Not to mention fusilli
What do
is
you mean?
usually triple spiraled.
It doesn't matter. It's still spiral.
No. DNA spiral is very
Doesn't
specific.
matter. It's still spiraled.
It's very specific.
Flying spaghetti monster created the universe. We have proof.
No, that's not proof!
It's more proof than God.
I didn't say God was proof either.
I'm just saying we have more proof for flying spaghetti monster than we do.
We have
do for
proof
God.
disproving both. There. In the story.
I actually don't remember if flying spaghetti monster is seen as a god or just a deity.
I don't know if it's a deity.
It's been a while since I've read about it.
Yeah. Very true.
一方的に話すだけでは相手が楽しいはずがない。特に女性は会話をするのが大好きなので、むしろ男性は女性の話を聞く側
That
に回
is
ってあげる。
stereotyping. Whatever you're reading is stereotyping. I'm a girl. I don't like to talk.
Not to mention,
I rather listen.
if a person really likes you, typically they would like to just hear you talk about your interests.
Yeah.
So, the whole one-sided conversation thing, not really. Like, like,
I can
Y-
understand
your-
the whole
the-
awkwardness.
yeah, but the person you are on a date with, like, sure, they might not know about the subject you're talking about, but if you're enthusiastic about what you're talking about, they might still, listen and just, like to listen because you're enthusiastic, you're happy, you're the best you, essentially, at that
The
point.
real you.
Yeah. And why wouldn't they want that? Jesus, you scared the shit out of her.
She didn't know I had it. She wasn't looking.
No.
And I just suddenly touched her and she went, "What the fuck?" That's what you
ただ
get,
聞くだ
girls.
けではなく、
Just
き
don't
ちん
do it.
と相槌を
Don't
打つこ
scare
と
the
が必
shit
要
out of her.
そうするこ
She
と
could
で女性は
die.
話をちゃんと聞いてくれる人だと思う。
She's not gonna die from this. To feel safe enough on you.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, that is true for anyone, regardless of gender.
Yeah.
And even like appropriate, the responses can also but just be yes or mm-hmm.
Tell me more.
Yeah, just or just acknowledging what they're saying.
Or even better, if you start being curious about what they're talking about, start asking questions to it so they can, explain more.
Yeah, but
That
even
kind of
then,
thing.
just saying yes or just acknowledging what they're saying is showing that you're actually listening, which is the
Yeah.
point. Responsiveness doesn't matter
Exactly.
who you are as a gender or who you are not.
Nope.
That is the principle of a good communication scenario.
It's the principle of making your partner comfortable.
It's the principle of having a good conversation with anyone. Because in a professional setting, that is also what we doctors have to do.
Yep.
If you don't get a good communication with the patient, we might miss something.
Yeah.
And that's bad.
Yeah.
つまりいつも通りの岡部じゃ全く話にならないってことね。
Honestly, Lukako just likes Okabe for who he is. He should really just be himself. This is not helping Kurisu.
What's a noise?
I didn't hear anything.
No, it's a Windows noise.
Oh. I don't know.
I don't know where it was.
At least we don't have the same problem that Marcy had last stream.
Oh?
She has an external hard drive where her like stream overlay and stuff is on, and it somehow unplugged itself during the stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
So everything except for the chat and her PNG thing disappeared. The game was still there, but everything else disappeared.
Yeah. Yeah, because
it's on her external hard drive.
yeah, it's not something that's going to be stored in your RAM.
No. Mm-mm.
So.
It has to find it.
Yeah.
So at least you don't have that problem.
Yeah. He was really pulling in girls.
Oh yeah. Like, despite how much you hate him, he's got how many girls surrounding him at this point? Yeah, mad scientist Riz. I don't know. I mean, again, I understand why you don't like Okabe. As a character, I fucking love this dude, even with all his flaws included. Because they're very real flaws. He just has the charisma.
He's not a bad character.
No.
At all.
He has flaws, and those flaws are all, like, gone through in this game, and there's conflict with all of it.
There are certain...
And he learns from it.
Yeah. There are certain things, especially when it comes to Lukako, about his character that I cannot...
You cannot look past.
Look past.
Yes. I completely understand
Forgive. But that doesn't mean he's a bad character.
No. You also like, you sure he's trying his best? He's trying his best.
Yeah.
I assure you. He's just very bad at it. He's really trying his best with Lukako here. He has no idea how to handle it.
Do you want me to preen you or not, Pearls?
But yeah, I don't know, he just has this kind of charisma, especially when he's confident.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the things Lukako really likes. And that will, in my opinion, become more clear when you like... Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I like little shit characters. In real life, I would hate them because they would annoy me, but they're just annoying other people. It's funny. It doesn't, annoy anyone in real life.
Like, with Fares, the reason why Fares really likes him, or at least...
They connect so well with their Chuni boys. They're
Yeah,
kind
exactly.
of fun together.
It's the whole Inkoma, and I'm pretty sure that's kind of also how it is with Lukako.
Yeah, and that will become more apparent once you learn how they met each other.
Yeah.
Which you will learn here. You will actually learn how they met each other and why they actually know each other outside of Mayuri. Because it wasn't because of Mayuri that they met each other, which is actually fairly interesting.
Yeah.
But you'll see why Lukako essentially falls for him. Almost on the spot, honestly.
But it's just clear from the way they interact, even from like when we first see Lukako. It's definitely a lot of it is through Hoin Kyoma.
Yeah. I mean, she even calls him Hoin-san and stuff. She tries at least.
So.
And that's because he's putting it on. And Lukako, while a little bit confused about this entire thing, isn't really bothered by it.
No.
Because his actions speak more than his words from Lukako's standpoint. Given you haven't seen that the biggest action that he's done yet. But we'll get there.
I don't know about that. According to the CGSO, that might be real, might not.
What?
I don't know about that. Considering I saw a CG earlier that might or might not be real.
Okay.
If that is real, I'm pretty sure that is the. We'll get to that.
Sure.
とりあえず
Let's.
普通
Oh
に
my
喋る
god.
こと
Okay,
か
so
もし
it's
れない
not this potential CG
ゲー
that I
ムバカ
thought
っ
it
ぽい
was.
高
'Cause
笑
then
い
you
は
wouldn't be saying
当然
that.
禁止ってことで
Good.
Hmm?
I thought that you might have seen a CG linked to the ending.
Yeah, that's what I think I've seen.
Yeah, but I'm not sure now that you're saying that.
Okay.
There are a few CGs in the ending.
Hmm.
So.
自分はさりげなく車道側を歩くとか女の子にお金を出させるのは現金とかいいこれ明日のデートで全部守らないとダメよ
Lukaku is not gonna care about that. This is good. This is just gonna make the date awkward because he is gonna think about all these things all the time and not paying attention to Lukaku.
He should be himself.
Exactly.
Be yourself.
He doesn't understand that. Yes.
Dating is not supposed to be a performance.
No,
If
it's
a per-
really not. And if you're doing that,
if it's a
they're not gonna
performance,
like you for who you are once you let that go.
yeah. If
Can't
it's a,
keep up a
if it's a
performance forever.
performance, then you are not trying to have a serious relationship.
No, you can't keep it up forever. At
No.
some point, it's gonna slip,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a major conflict waiting to happen.
Don't try to be someone you're not.
No,
If they don't like you for who you are, they don't like you,
no.
and that's just how it is.
But yeah, that was experienced motherfucker, experienced scientists. They don't know how to date, therefore they looked something up, and we all agree that's a
They
stupid
turn to
thing,
a book. Yeah.
But
Yeah. I wonder
They
if I can really be that
researched.
careful.
えっと
but he's just gonna be thinking about all these rules
清
instead
潔
of
なハンカチを持っていく
paying attention to Lukaku. That's the
女
problem
の子
here.
が公園のベンチに座る
Carry a clean handkerchief. That is just outdated. Kurisu.
It's like he's
Spread it out and a girl goes to sit on a park bench. You don't need that! Japan's clean! God damn it. People sleep on them!
he's essentially gonna be like Ryunosuke in his first trial,
Yeah.
where he has to defend himself.
Yeah.
He's gonna be there like with eyes just darting around.
Darting
like,
around when he tries to bang the fucking desk.
Hmm.
It's just a...
slip.
Yes, a small slam.
Just a little.
Yeah. Not an actual slam.
Hmm.
And he looks and he's like, fuck.
Hmm.
What was that?
俺は世話係ではない。
Thank you.
Exactly.
Oh my
That is
goodness.
something a butler or a
ご
caretaker
飯は
does.
立ち食いそばとかファーストフードは避ける
Oh,
ファミレスがボーダーラインそれ以上は自分の
That's
財布の
very
中にと
Japanese. Very Japanese.
Really?
You don't even have to go out and eat on a date,
No.
honestly. But it's
No.
a very Japanese thing to say this, yes. Especially the family restaurants are borderline acceptable. It's a very Japanese thing. I mean, it's also similar in America.
What do you
or
mean
something.
family restaurants? Like those Italian ones that are essentially fast food chains, but seen as family restaurants?
restaurants or stuff like can I think about a Japanese one? Don't know. I mean, technically even Bones is a family restaurant.
Yeah.
But Famides is usually like it's like one step above fast foods,
Mm.
but the quality is not the best.
Yeah.
It's higher up than diners, you
Mm.
know,
Yeah.
because it's an actual restaurant establishment.
Mm.
But it's not the best atmosphere or the best food for a date is the thing.
Yeah. Like.
But
yeah.
it is cheaper than other than other restaurants that
Yeah.
are probably better.
Like Bones and what Jensen's Buffoosh used to be.
Yeah, I mean it still kind of is. It still
But
is.
who the fuck goes to Jensen's Buffoosh anymore?
Apparently some people, because it's still alive.
It's still
working.
around, yeah.
Still around, and they still have
guess.
all the restaurants. So
Yeah.
places like I don't know, Deli Valley, for example, is a family restaurant.
I'm starting to pass out again. I should go back to sleep. Yeah.
You should go back to sleep, Val.
Go sleep.
Go sleep.
Go get some rest.
You can always watch this VOD later, whenever we catch up to the slight backlog we have. And by that I mean 1 stream.
Are we missing anyone?
We were missing a Steins Gate stream, yes.
Are we?
Yeah, because you
Okay.
just put up the Craft Mine stream.
Oh, okay.
Because you were missing that one.
Oh.
So now we have the Steins Gate stream from
Yeah, okay.
last time. Saturday.
See ya, Val.
See ya! Anyways.
I don't, like, who fucking cares what you eat? Eat what you want.
Yeah. Again, this is like just
Ask, okay,
this is a sounds like that book Edgar wrote, which is back from like 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
This is outdated.
yeah. Like, literally, the thing you should do is, like, when if it gets to the point where you should get something to eat, ask her, what would you like to eat? And then figure it out from there.
Yeah. But Japan
Fucking
also
hell.
has this whole like planned out thing.
I know.
It's a thing.
Dumb.
It is, but that's just how it works. So you kind of have to accept that that's how it works. It is dumb, but here we are.
Like, okay, fair. I haven't really gone on dates before. I have been on, like, what, 3 dates or something like that? Which is while I've been living here in Odense. And, like, the first time we just met and walked around, talked, got some kebab because we were hungry. And while I feel terrible about it, she paid for it. I would like to have, you know, been able to pay for myself, but you know, mean money.
Yeah, I know.
The second, was it 2 or 3? I'm pretty sure it was 3. 3 days.
Doesn't really matter. The whole
No.
impromptu part or the impulsive part of dating is very non-Japanese, very non-Southeast Asia in general.
Yeah. It was only one of the
So-
dates where we had planned out what we were sort of planned out what we were going to do.
Yeah, you
It
were
was like-
going to once, right?
Yeah, we went to a
Yeah.
museum.
Yeah.
We weren't like planning on specifically like what to look at and whatnot. We had just decided that we were gonna go to a museum.
Yeah.
Because especially that day, which is like I think it's every Thursday, that museum is free for students.
Yeah.
Or free in general.
Yes.
Free in general.
I think.
Yeah. So we decided to go there when it was free, and you know, just enjoy their thing and whatnot. Let's not talk about the fact that you know, she wanted to end us dating that same day, but
That's besides the point. But yeah, punctuality is just a very important thing in Japan.
yeah.
It's the mindset.
Where are the family restaurants in Akiba?
I only know
待
make
ち合わせ場所には最低15分
That's
前
actually a
に
good
来て
question. I think you have to go outside of Akiba to find those.
Not necessarily.
No.
Oh.
I was just thinking that most places in Akiba would be, you know, something akin to maid cafes or something.
I mean,
you
Akiba
know.
is bigger than just the few streets that are known for anime.
Okay.
So,
What do I know? I haven't been there.
no. It's not like you go to Akiba and immediately everywhere you look, it's just anime. There's like a few main streets. There's a lot there, but there's a few main streets and then around the station mostly, where it's just filled with it. But you can go like a few streets down an alley and you can probably find a cafe.
Okay.
Japan is experts in utilizing space.
Yeah.
Upwards and downwards. So sometimes you can have an 8-story building and there can be a different cafe on each floor.
Yeah.
So, you know, choose your pick. There can be a lot more in a small area than you
あ
think.
とはデートコースね映画館とか美術館
You once had ramen
街
in
をぐ
a
らぐ
in
ら
a
歩く食事っていうのが無難らしい
ramen place. I don't even know what to call it, because that's what it is. Back down in the cellar. Very good.
I think they just call it ramen chops.
Yeah.
Or at least in English we do.
Because this is called adamiya in Japanese. So.
Yeah.
technically, I would argue that movies in particular are not good for a first date. 'Cause
No.
There's no conversation. You're just sitting there.
There's
and
no
you're
interaction.
you're just enjoying the movie.
It's
It's
very.
not the date. It's the movie you're enjoying.
It is very. What's the word?
But it's also very Japanese to go out in the movies.
Yeah. It's something I see often in
Yeah.
anime and stuff like that.
Because
That they go
it's-
to
yeah.
see a movie.
But, yeah, it's
Oh, actually, yes. No. I have been on a date before that. I when I was younger with one of the girlfriends I had, we went to see a movie. I suppose was kind of a date, but we already had.
You're
been-
already in a relationship, so
we
it's a
already
bit
were in
different.
a relationship at that point,
Yeah.
so it was just more like we both kind of wanted to see this movie, so we decided to go see this movie, and was like, it's a date, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
for me, a date that I had with Christian is also just going out to eat some dinner.
Yeah.
And then come back. That's it. We're going out to see a movie. That's it. Go home. We're already in a relationship, so it's like, see each other every day. Live together.
Just do something together.
Just do something together.
But
already had
for
Like a first date, especially in Japan, where
Yeah.
you ask them out before you go on any dates.
Hmm.
Bad choice.
Yeah.
Bad choice. At least the art galleries are better.
You need something where you will
have a
be able to
discussion.
have a conversation.
Exactly. You can talk about things.
Yeah.
And art galleries are actually really good at that.
Art
Because
galleries.
then you have something right in front of you can just talk about.
Movies is the only one I don't like.
Yeah.
Uh,
The other ones are pretty good.
Food can be a little awkward.
Yes.
Art gallery is definitely a good thing because you are going around looking at things and you can talk about these things together.
Mm.
Like what do you think about
Yeah.
this? Like how does this make you feel? Or
Exactly.
those kinds of things. Though I'm also very used to seeing dates being at aquariums.
Yeah, because you can also still look at things.
And I think
talk
aquariums
about
or like a zoo would also be great because you go around, look at animals, and you can enjoy that and have some conversations, either about the animals or whatever you want.
Yeah.
Sorry, pals.
See people being excited about the things.
Yeah. Yeah.
'Cause that's always a good thing for the opposite partner.
なるほど
Look at the
意外
face!
と地味
He's like, it's easier than I thought, I think.
I mean, essentially, the basics are fairly easy. It's just, like, you already have a fairly good guideline. She wants you to take her somewhere you frequent, somewhere you want
plan.
to be.
Exactly.
She wants to get you to know you better.
Yeah.
That's what you should be going for.
That's not what the book's saying. Which is the problem.
No. No.
That's the problem.
The book is all about treating your partner, and that partner being a girl.
That book is all about when you used to like court someone.
Yeah.
That's what this book is. You're courting someone.
Yeah.
Officially courting someone. Dating is not courting someone. I'm sorry, it just isn't the same.
No, it's not.
俺はてっきり初デートというぐらいだから夕焼けの綺麗なリゾート風海岸へ
Beach Resort!
そこでファーストキスを交わさなければならないのかと
That's
What
what
the
a first
fuck?
date could be in an American movie. Not even Japanese movies are like that.
A beach resort.
Yeah, exchanging your first kiss bathed in the light of the setting sun. That's very American romance movie.
Yeah, but it was just
Right
the beach
there.
resort thing that threw me off.
Yeah,
Which is like, because that sounds expensive as heck.
yeah. Hi.
Pearls, come on,
I'm trying to get
Come
her
here.
away with the
Yeah.
scully hand.
smelly hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even Japanese movies would be like this because when you go on your date, you don't know each other at all, and you're already kind of confessed to each other. There's going to be a while until you gonna get your kiss. It ain't happening on the first date. Like you can in America.
Yeah. No.
それすごくロマンチック
I mean, you're not wrong, but it's not what I would want in
じ
a
ゃなく
date.
て童貞思考全開だな
That too.
ドラマや漫画の見過ぎ
That too.
お前もな
ちなみに相手は未成年なんだから、ホテルに連れ込もうなんて不潔なこと考えないでよ。
That too. You're both minors, so don't drag her to a hotel.
No.
Doesn't matter what kind of hotel.
No.
Don't do that.
No.
A trip to the beach is fine.
Yeah.
Don't go to a resort and stay over there.
No. Go to a beach. Go to
Go to a what?
a water park? Is that what
Oh,
you're
yeah,
gonna
you
call
can
it?
do that too, yeah.
Go to the pool or whatever. I don't know. Anyways.
ざっとこんなところね。
Phelps was like, ole?
私のレクチャー少しは役に立った
No. It was
お前のレクチャーで
all
マニュア
bad.
ル本のレクチャーだろ
Everything you said there, except for the places,
Yeah.
is bad.
You don't really have to do anything on a date. The important part of a date, especially here.
Yeah, how are you gonna go back there? She went across and she's like, where?
Especially for these kinds of dates.
Yeah.
Because these dates, the important part of these dates is to get to know each other.
Yeah.
So, strolling around town is completely fine because
Yeah.
then you have all the time in the world to talk to each other, to have conversations, to get to know each other better. I don't fucking want anything to do with all of this shit, but I fucking know how to do it.
Yeah. Japan is just they're not great at this.
I fucking hate dating.
Yeah, dating shit.
Dating sucks.
Dating sucks.
Yeah. And it took me many years to figure out that I was aromantic. Because I was just doing what people were expecting of me. And well, while it's like, it's not that I don't want to be with someone. I want to be with someone. I want to have a physical relationship with someone, but not a romantic relationship. That's not what that's not what I'm here for. It's like if we can have a good friendship and still have skinship too, that would be great. That's what I want. I don't fucking care about
You want
romance.
a sensual relationship.
Yeah. Fuck romance. Romance is fucking bullshit, anyways. It's also the whole idea of like, for when my last niece was getting baptized. I asked my sister if I could bring Chiyoko along. And my sister was like, "Oh, are you in a relationship?" And I'm like, "No."
No.
And she's like, "Well, then
We're
you can't."
family.
Yeah, then you can't bring her. You can't just bring your friends, kind of thing. And I'm like, I actually got to the point where I told her that friends are way you are. Let me try.
Her
and phrase
arguments didn't make sense because partners can come even though they've only known each other for maybe half a year or a year. But we've known each other for over a decade.
The way I see it is that partners come and go.
Yeah.
Friends are for life.
Most of the time, yes.
Most of
but
the
we're
time.
also more than friends. We're family.
Yeah.
That's even what my mom says.
Yeah, sure. My sister hasn't really seen how the two of us,
No.
are together because she's never met you.
Nope.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, she has met me, but
She has?
yeah, we've talked and stuff, and like her father's birthday.
Oh, yeah,
and
right,
other
yes.
stuff like that.
Right. Yeah.
In that sense, yes, I have met her a few times.
Yeah.
We've also been to the zoo.
Yeah. Well, the zoo was after.
I know, but they picked us up at the station when we went to your father's.
I
birthday.
basically I tried. I was basically just like, oh well, why are these other young people who have partners that most likely are not gonna be with these partners later on allowed to bring these partners, and I'm not allowed to bring a friend who I've known for more than 10 years and is probably gonna know for the rest of my life and most likely also gonna spend a big part of my life together with. Why is she not allowed to be there?
She got scared again.
The issue is that my sister doesn't have that whole idea of found family.
She has a very traditional like relationship with her husband and stuff. So
Yeah.
it's not really occurred to her probably.
I also didn't know about my sister's relationship with her now husband until they moved in together. And essentially not long after decided to get married. So for me, it was kind of like,
You go fast there.
wait, what happened?
Yeah. Turns out they've known each other for years or something.
I don't know how long they've known each other for, honestly.
I don't know either, but I'm just saying. Turns out they've probably been in a relationship for years before they moved together, and then
At least for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was years. All I know is that they met each other at one of her friends' parties. That's all I know. And how...
You cannot grab onto my leg, Pearls.
No.
She tried. So she's trying.
Yeah.
I don't have anything on my legs, Pearls. You cannot grab on. No! Try so hard.
Like, before my sister found her current partner, she also lived here in Odense.
Yeah. In the same city, but we never really saw her.
No, because my sister and I don't talk together. My sister doesn't see any reason for us to talk together because she doesn't think we have anything to talk about. I don't
Which
agree,
is weird.
but...
Your siblings, there's always some stuff to talk about, but whatever.
Well, let's just say we had a falling out.
Yeah, but still.
Oop.
You can't keep ignoring each other.
Tell that to
Your
my
parents are the same. They're the same people. You can't keep ignoring each other. You're gonna see each other at some point.
Yeah, but that's not the point. I get invited to like my nieces and nephews' birthdays.
Yeah,
and
I know
whatnot.
that. I know
so
that.
it's not that it's just that outside of that,
Yeah.
she doesn't see a reason for us to talk together.
No.
Like
Which is really, really sad.
yeah, I want to actually talk to my sister. And whatnot, but she doesn't want to do it, so yeah. But anyways, while she was living...
Enough of family.
I just wanted to get across that before she met her current partner, living here in Odense, she had apparently told my parents, I didn't know about this, that she was a city girl and she would never leave the city.
Oh yeah.
She will forever live in the city. Now she lives on a farm.
Yeah.
With her husband, who's a farmer.
In Jutland.
In Jutland.
Which is far away from any big cities. I do not...
Southern Jutland. Even.
Yeah. I mean, not Southern, it's West Jutland. You have to go past Ribe for it to be Southern Jutland.
I wouldn't say so.
But regardless, the closest city, quotation marks, is Esbjerg, and it's not really that big. So
I wouldn't call Esbjerg a city.
no, but it is a city because it's the 5th biggest city in the country.
Isn't Colling bigger?
Mm-mm.
No. I would say...
Colling is not that big.
Okay, because otherwise I would say, like, you would have to go to either Aarhus or Odense.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
This is what I'm saying. She lives far away from big cities now.
Yeah.
On a farm. With a farmer. And his parents.
Well.
I know they have separate, like, houses, but...
The houses are still connected.
Yeah, but...
You know.
They do live with his parents. In a sense.
Yeah, same address. Just,
it's on the same, like, property.
Yeah.
But they all have their own, like, you know...
Open the door, go to the right, open the door. They're at his parents' place.
Yeah, basically door. It's like, sure they're connected, but they're still their own, like, homes. Technically speaking, they each have their own kitchen and everything, you know, but they're just connected.
They're not connected in such a way where, like, you have to go outside to get to the other place. But otherwise. But yeah, that was a funny thing. That was like, I'm a city girl. I'm always gonna live in the big city.
I'm sorry, Ross. I didn't mean to scare you. it came at it was here, around here, and then she was busy, and then she got her head up, and then she saw it, and she went.
So,
I'm sorry.
So my parents have also been a little iffy. Well, iffy is not the right word, but they haven't really been believing me when I say that I want to stay in Odense because of what my sister did.
Even though that has nothing to do with each other. But...
No, but also because I used to be. But then I'm still kind of like that. Like I would get a lot of lot of hobbies and such that I pick up for a little while, and then I'm like, I've had enough, I'm done.
That's how it is for a lot of people.
Yeah, but that wasn't how it was for my sister, but it was for me.
Lucky for her.
Yeah, lucky for her. So I have been trying out a lot of things. So even when it came to when I came out as trans, my parents, because it took a while before anything started happening. Not my fault. It's my doctor's fault.
That's
and the
how
system's
the system
fault.
Works. Bureaucracy.
Not so much the system. It was like, because at first I went to my doctor and was like, okay, I'm trans. I would like to, be referred to what was in the sexology clinic, because that's where it was part of it back then.
Yes.
And my doctor was like, I don't know how that works. You figure it out.
That's not my job. That's your job, doctor.
So I had to.
You are the general practitioner. If you don't know, you talk to someone who knows, or you research.
Yeah.
It's your job.
So I had to search on the internet for how it worked, and I found a phone number for the sexology clinic, and they were like, no, you have to get a referral from your doctor. I was like, okay. So I went back to my doctor and told them that, okay, this is what they've told me. You have to refer me to them and whatnot. Otherwise, I can't, be part of it, which makes sense because it's part of the medical system.
Yeah, it's part of the medical system that is free.
Yeah.
And you cannot get into most of those places unless you have a referral.
Yeah. She was a bad doctor.
Yeah.
Just generally.
The way that she says, you figure it out. I'm like, that's not how this works.
And also how she treated me when I said I have mental issues.
Yeah.
She was like...
She's like, you suicidal? No? Then you don't have any issues.
Yeah.
That's essentially what she said.
Essentially.
Like, that's how it works.
Yeah. Because she... Like, obviously, she was gonna, hand me the questionnaire that is like,
questionnaire
how are you doing?
Usually for depression.
Yeah.
Because that's what most people have when they come and say they have problems mentally.
Yeah. So while there were things that I felt like I was scoring high on, but when it came to like wanting to kill myself, I was like, no, I don't want to kill myself. Why would I want to kill myself?
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
I don't have a severe depression.
But my doctor was like, nothing's wrong. Everything's okay.
It reminds me of the psychologist I had at one point too. She also handed me the questionnaire for depression because that's why I was referred there to begin with. She wanted to know more about like generally how my depression was. And then there came a question about like sexual activity and libido, and I'm like, should I answer I don't have any, like low, or should I answer same as usual because I've never had it?
Essentially, you should say same as usual. It hasn't changed.
No, but the way the question was formed is,
I know,
do you
it's
have
dumb.
a higher libido or do you have like a low libido? And I'm like, I have a low one, but it's always been low.
No,
but that's the problem. That's how the question was formed. It wasn't formed as compared to usually. Yeah. Which is the problem.
It's as far as I understand, the question is supposed to be: is your libido higher?
Yeah.
Or lower?
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to be.
I was so confused about that question.
Yeah.
Because as an asexual person, it's no.
You don't have it.
Not that I don't have not that I can't have a libido, but I just don't.
Nope. It's not for you.
No.
Which is fair. But yeah, because there was first the whole thing with the doctor where she wanted me to figure out how to get into the sexology clinic, and then after that I have to then go back to my doctor and then tell her that okay, this is how you're supposed to do it and refer me over there and whatnot.
It's so
Then there was a heck of a long waiting time to get into the sexology clinic.
Yeah.
Which means nothing else really happened.
Yeah.
And I didn't really talk to my parents about it because I don't talk to my parents about anything.
About anything.
Really.
Because they're quite judgmental. And set in their ways.
I mean, that too, but it essentially stems from the whole, like, I was bullied as a kid, and I learned fairly quickly that that telling my parents about me being bullied isn't going to change anything. So why should I need to talk to them about anything?
But it's also just...
But also...
The few times we have talked to them, they've also kind of been dismissive, as far as I know.
Yeah.
About things.
Yeah.
So it doesn't help.
Especially, like, when, as I got older, as I started, having thoughts of my own.
Your own opinions.
My own
about your
opinions.
life.
Yeah.
You know, what teenagers do.
Yeah. I started figuring out that, oh, well,
I don't agree with what my parents have of opinions.
their views and whatnot.
Yeah.
I started to figure out, oh, my parents are racist.
Yeah. Typical,
For the most part,
that generation, very
for
typical. But
yeah, for the most part, closet racist. But sometimes,
the way most Danish people are racist, if they are.
yeah, sometimes even outright racist.
Yeah.
You remember the one time we went with my parents? I think you were there, where my father saw something and literally said something racist about it when we were out driving. It's a while
I
ago.
tend to just throw those thoughts out because that's how I don't get affected. I just, in one ear, out the other. I'm just like, all right, that happened. Onwards.
And especially when it comes to immigrants, they are quite racist. Like my sister and I have even had discussions, less fight with my parents about what kind of partners were allowed to bring home.
Yeah.
Saying essentially, like, well, not essentially, literally, they said that we were not allowed to bring home anyone with a dark skin color.
Mm-hmm. Like Danish people can't have a dark skin color from sun tanning, but whatever.
No, they mean.
I know what they mean, but it's just a funny thing to say.
Yeah, they're used to me who easily gets tanned.
Yeah.
So that's
But
not what they mean.
I think, like, even then, if you are a chronic tanner, which you should never be.
No.
Because skin cancer is a thing. But even then, you can get much, much, much darker than what you do.
Yeah. True. But yeah. Which I don't actually know if my parents had any specific opinions of one classmate I had and her family, because they are technically immigrants, but they were living in the same town as I was, or village, as I was living in, and going to the same school, and they were speaking perfect Danish, essentially, and I never thought about it back then, because I was like, nope, they're just people.
Yeah, exactly.
But
It
thinking
shouldn't
back at
matter.
it now, I was like, I wonder what my parents' opinion were on them, because essentially they were immigrants. Whether they were like, they might not have been like, first generation immigrants, but they're still immigrants. It's hard. What was the point of this whole conversation? Right. Yes.
We started from dating and it's kind of went on and on.
Oh, yeah. No, but where I was going. But yeah. For a long time, nothing happened with my progress of transitioning. And I didn't talk to my parents about it because there's nothing really to talk about, because I don't really talk to my parents about stuff. Like there was no
personal stuff is deliberately talked to them about it, unless you absolutely have to.
Yeah. There wasn't.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. There wasn't any updates to give to them.
No.
And I didn't want to really talk to them about how I was feeling, because I don't feel like my parents would be good people to talk about that.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Is what they are not.
Yeah. So, once I then had an update that I, had an appointment for the sexology clinic or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the thing was, but I later on, after I hadn't talked to them about it for quite a while, I mentioned it again to them, and they were like, "Oh, we thought that was a phase."
Yeah,
Kind of
of course they did. I'm sorry. Thinking that identifying with another gender than the one you were given at birth biologically is not a phase. I'm sorry.
It could have been.
It's not a phase. For most, maybe
Generally,
some
it's
people
not a phase.
go there and then they might go back, but that does not make it a phase.
Like it could like for some people, it's a journey.
Yes.
It's a journey you go on, and you try different things and figure out, oh well, maybe this isn't for me anyways, kind of thing. So it's a curiosity that can lead you to certain places, and you might go back and you're like, maybe that's not me.
Yeah, but I still wouldn't call it a phase.
No, it's not
purely
a phase.
because of the connotations that has in our language.
Yeah. As it's like, oh well,
it's like, children
for this little while you will be interested in this thing, and later on
your
will
life
not
will
care
revolve
about it.
around that, and you'll go over to something else and completely forget about it.
Yeah.
Like children do with hobbies when they're children. That's just a thing.
Yeah.
That is not how gender dysphoria works.
Right. Being emo was a phase for me.
That's a phase for most people.
I still listen to the music I listened to back then, but I don't really want to dress like that anymore.
Hey, you were pulling on your wing, I saw that.
My taste for clothing has changed. I want to be way more colorful than what I used to be. Because I used to just be black on black, like most Danish people.
I mean, the average Danish person is still black is like their favorite color to wear.
Exactly.
So
black on black. But yeah. Now I just want to have as many colors as possible.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was a waste of time.
No, it's not a waste of time. I'll just chapterize this as I was talking.
Yeah,
since it went on for so long. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, whenever I talk about myself, I always feel like it's a waste of time, because why would people want to listen about me, to me talking about me?
It's still interesting, People can relate.
Yeah, that's one of the.
Or at least gain some empathy for the situation.
I try to be open about these things because I want people who have been in the situation that I used to be in, where I didn't know anything about all of this stuff, and I want them to learn something from it, to gain something from it, to hopefully figure something out about themselves. That's why I keep talking about it. I still have the whole issue of having zero confidence, essentially. But I want to be open so people can learn. Not only so people, so people who are like me can learn more about themselves, but also people who are nothing like me can also get to learn about people like me.
Exactly. Gain some empathy. They can understand the perspective of someone else.
Yeah.
Even if they haven't gone through that themselves personally.
Yeah.
That is empathy.
Also, because there was a huge movement at one point where it was like the whole "did you just assume" kind of thing, like assuming people, like things about people and whatnot, which radicalized me in a different direction, where I was like, no, ask questions, be wrong, I will tell you if you're wrong.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna chastise. Chastise?
Chastise.
Is that the word? Yeah. I'm
Or chastise, as compared to what you
Chastise.
meant with it.
chastised, I think.
Yeah.
I'm essentially not gonna be angry with them for being wrong. I'm just gonna be like, oh, it's okay.
People make mistakes.
You didn't know.
No.
How are you supposed to know?
Yeah. People make mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's okay.
Mm.
So, I'd rather want to be open about it than people having to walk on eggshells around me.
Yes. Walking on eggshells never hurt anyone.
What?
No, I meant the opposite. Walking on eggshells hurts everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Every single relationship. It should be like that.
Yeah, no. So, it's for everyone's benefit that I am open about these things.
And everyone should be open about themselves.
Yeah.
Regardless of who they are.
But keep your bigotry to yourself. Or throw it away completely.
I mean, they can still be open about it. Because that could lead to a situation where they could learn.
Yeah.
Just don't, get angry or frustrated or react some way physically on it. Berate people. That's not how you are open about it.
The older you are, the longer time you've had to figure out to be a good. You've had to figure out how to be a good person. If you're not a good person, if you're old, then I have no respect for you.
They can still learn. There
They
are
can
still
still-
situations where
They can still learn, I know, but
Yeah.
it's just like if you're an elderly person and you for some reason just is a bigot out of for some
You mean
reason.
a Karen?
No, not necessarily a
Okay.
Karen.
I just wanted to make sure if you were talking about that or not.
No, I'm just a bigot.
Okay.
Like my parents.
Though I wouldn't call your parents old, but yes. They're not that old.
I'm like in the 60s. Almost, I think. Pretty sure. No.
Do you know what year
They're
they were
close
born?
to the 60s.
Yeah,
no.
aren't they like 10 years older than my parents?
Something
Give it a
like that.
take.
I don't know.
In 50s. Then they're not old.
Just-
In my head, people are old when
They
they're
are
65.
grandparents.
I don't care. They're not old.
Okay.
My parents could have been grandparents when they were like not even 40.
My
I'm just saying.
my parents are grandparents at a very traditional age.
Yes. But in my head, you're not
Actually-
old before
actually-
you're
actually-
65 plus.
Actually, they are even a bit older because my sister actually got children fairly late.
Yeah.
Considering traditional stuff. Because she didn't get children before she was 19 or 29.
I mean, in our generation, that is normal.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean.
But by tradition,
Yes.
it would usually be early 20s.
Yes.
Early 20s, you would have a job, get a house, and start a family.
Yeah.
That's tradition.
Not anymore.
No.
Because that's not how the world works.
Because
anymore.
who the fuck can get a house?
Yeah, and who the fuck can have a job by that age if you also want a good job? You need an education. They take longer and longer. Anyways.
にゃにゃ
Hello, Ferris.
誰かとデートするのかにゃお待たせし
Yeah, talk to Ferris.
アイスコーヒーになり
She'd be so much better than talking to
Yeah,
fucking
she
Kurisu.
would. She literally would. Though
Kurisu-
she is a bit dramatic, and I don't think Lukaku would like that, but she is definitely at least better than Kurisu. I agree.
She would be so much more sensible.
Yeah.
And at least have some inkling on what to do rather
Yeah.
than Kurisu.
She actually knows how to talk to people.
Yeah. Because Kurisu has no fucking clue.
Yeah.
Kurisu watches this with great interest. I guess this is her first time at a maid cafe.
I mean, she's lived most of her life in
Possibly.
America, so.
Yeah, but,
Yeah.
we actually don't know how long has she been in Japan? This time?
She came literally like maybe 1 or 2 days before this, like the timeline started. so-
Okay. So, not that long.
デート相手は
She said she came to see her dad. That's all why she came here to begin with. Now she's to stay with us.
Yeah.
No, Maya, she's not
な
a lucky
ぜそこ
girl.
で参りが出てくるのだ
See, he's just like,
違う
Why the fuck would I go on a date with Mayuri? She's not my girlfriend. She's my sister.
Yeah. I think she's my little sister.
Yeah, I cannot see her in that way.
Hmm.
Then maybe it's Kurisu.
この子なのにゃ
And her reaction is just instant blush.
Hmm.
What? No. I don't think he'd
Yeah,
ask
please,
her
Joshua.
for... She's my assistant! No hesitation! Poor Kurisu.
じゃあ別の子なのにゃ
Mhm.
そうなってばいろんな子に手を出しすぎだにゃ
You tomcat. I mean,
Yeah,
not wrong. He has
no.
a lot of girls surrounding
いろん
him.
な子に手を出しすぎなのか
That's not what she meant! I was just making a joke! And Kurisu's just gonna take it to fucking heart because she gets jealous without realizing it.
Yeah.
何をバカな
No, I'm sorry. Don't pull pearls.
Oh, yeah. Chip, chip.
Well, I guess I did hug Ferris.
Oh, that's just Ferris. You didn't have a choice, I'm sure. I assume when they came into the cafe, she hugged him. We didn't see it.
No, I don't. Yeah,
I assume it's when you came in, she just came, Kuma!
maybe.
Yes, she does.
I don't know.
Because that's who she is. She just comes, and you're just gonna have to roll with her.
She's an extrovert.
Yeah.
Okay?
And a physical one at that.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no. And a physical one at that.
So, you know.
Mm-mm. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's
Yeah.
talking about when he sent the D-mail, I
Yeah.
see. Okay, never mind.
I shake off a pang of loneliness and return to the
He
conversation.
does feel guilty about it.
Hmm.
But right now he just has Mayuri to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay. Voldespar Cafe. Oh my god, look at him.
Oh, that's actually not the outfit I was expecting her to wear.
Now, in the anime, she's wearing a different outfit because the anime can, animate different outfits for specific things instead of the game just having her Miko attire and her normal attire.
I
That's
was
it.
expecting the black attire.
Yeah, that's her normal attire.
Okay. I like that one better.
Yeah, it's in the game.
Hmm.
But this is also pretty cute.
I like the other one better. Lukaku and I are walking around Akiba together. Why haven't you shaved?
She barely has a fucking beard to begin with because he's Japanese.
Yeah, but still, that's the least you could have done.
Yeah.
You haven't even done anything to
Like
your
your
hair.
hair, please. Like, I love ruffled hair, but it has to be styled well. You're just like, and that's it. I know your hair, like, normally is straight down, but still,
Hmm.
it's not styled that well. Whatever.
次は
Lukaku probably likes
ど
it.
こに行きましょうか
Of course, he went to yeah, they went out to get a little bit for lunch.
Events.
Number one.
Lunch at a family restaurant. I was about to say #1.
That's not what that is called.
No. That's another word for it these days.
It's another word for when you use it in that context. Otherwise, you don't use it as that word. But I understand a lot of young people today don't know the original word, so they just say hashtag.
Yeah, the original meaning of that sign is number. Lunch at a family restaurant is already complete. I took care of the bill, and now we're
Like a
back
true
out
gentleman.
in the heat. Yeah, it's he can do that. That's fine.
Just don't expect something out of it.
No,
It's
no.
nice when your partner or when you go on a date does that, regardless of gender.
Don't
Don't expect anything about it.
Don't be a quote unquote nice guy.
Yeah. Even if you're a woman, don't be a nice guy about it.
Yeah.
Or if you're non-binary, I don't give a fuck. Pearls.
Yeah. Doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
Don't be quote unquote a nice guy.
Yeah.
Don't be the one where you're like, oh well, I paid for your drink, so
So
have
now you
sex
owe
with-"
me.
Yeah, now you owe
But like,
me
that's not how
something.
this works.
Typically it's sex. But
Yeah, but just in general, you owe me.
Yeah.
That's the word they use, and I'm like, no, I don't owe you anything. You did this out of your own goodwill.
Yeah.
That's the expectation you should have.
Do it to treat them.
Yeah. Do it without expecting anything in return.
Yeah.
Because that's true kindness. If you get something in return, great! But don't expect it.
No. Yeah. I've got the entire day planned out in my head. I suppose he's trying. I suppose he's trying.
He is trying very hard to do a proper date.
Yeah.
He's just forgetting
According to what he's
what he's learned. But again, he's very awkward about it because he's just like, okay, I guess we can do this now. Yeah. He's just forgetting that what Lukako wanted was to get to know him. And this is not it. But he'll get there eventually.
This is not what she asked for.
No.
But
he is trying.
Yeah. Walk around town is not a bad thing.
No, it's just not something he does usually. I much like what he does after he realizes that he just has to be himself.
He realizes that?
Yeah, he does realize that.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's the entire point of this. He realizes he doesn't have to treat Lukako like a girl just because that's the gender she has now.
Not even trying to hold her hand.
Well,
I understand.
in Japan,
I understand.
Public affection is a big no. Therefore, they are not doing it. You can do it at home, privately, or when you're just walking down a street where there's no one. Don't do it out in public in Japan. That's just not a thing.
I mean, I suppose that's better than the whole, like, the bigotry in the West, where it's like straight couples are allowed to be affectionate in public, but anyone queer or anything like that are not. So
it's just extreme in each end, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just in many Asian countries, but especially Japan, public affection is not a thing.
Yeah, it's like either everyone should be allowed, or no one should be allowed.
Yeah.
Either or, nothing in between.
And Japan has this mindset because they don't want to get attention.
Yeah.
They are what Japanese people, and I say this because it does not mean the same thing in English, they are shy. Which means don't make a scene, just stay with yourself, and don't draw attention to yourself.
Keep your head down.
Yeah. And I would say in Denmark we actually have something very similar.
Yeah.
At least the mindset of it.
Don't attract attention.
Yeah, it's just keep to yourself. Don't think you are anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit more negative in this sense in Denmark. I never really understood that, but whatever. No. But it is very similar, so I can understand why Japan is like that. And that they just, because they're such a collective, they being a center of attention, nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Unless, of course, they are hailed as, like, stars and stuff. That's different. They're
politicians.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
They have to, and they will just try to create a good image of themselves instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They are public people.
Yeah, and they know it. They chose it.
Or at least have public personas.
Yeah.
It's Oban holiday, so Akiba is crowded.
It's even to the point that if you are a foreigner who does not have dark brown hair and you attend school in Japan, many schools will ask you to dye your hair dark brown regardless of if it's natural or not, so you blend in.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely bonkers, but here we are.
I'm not even sure if it's like a tactic to try and prevent bullying.
I don't think so. It's more of a you need to blend in.
Yeah, because blending in could potentially prevent bullying.
Yes. Obviously, that is a thing that can prevent, but I don't think that's the reasoning behind this.
No.
It is to not draw attention to yourself, to blend in, to be like everyone else, because you live in a collective. Don't think you're special just because you have a unique hair color.
Yeah.
That kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
That's why many delinquents in Japan bleach their hair.
Yeah. This conversation thing isn't going well.
You think?
岡部さん
なんだ
Nanda?
なんだ?
覚えていますか
What? 何よ?
Did something happen in this world line that I have no idea about?
Most likely. Either that or she's being very vague about it.
さんが初めて出会った時の
Okay. No, that he does remember.
Okay.
He
Ow.
might not be sure if the same thing happened in this world line, but I can say with 100% accuracy it is the same thing that happened.
うん
It was during Golden Week in May.
Yes.
やめてください
It's a nice thing about the anime is they actually show the scene instead of just telling about it.
Mm.
Very nice.
お願いします写真を1枚撮らせてもらう
Oh yeah, right. I saw CG for this.
Though I'm pretty sure that CG is not this scene, it is a future scene in this chapter.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. I just
But
saw
it
someone
is the same situation, yes.
saw someone in the background who
Yeah.
kind of actually looked a bit like Daru with a
And
camera.
He's just supposed to be a fat otaku, to
Yeah.
see it say it bluntly.
Daru.
He's not specifically Daru, but
No.
a person like Daru.
Mm-hmm.
Same type of person.
Yeah.
そのコスプレすごく燃えるっていう
It's
か
not cosplay.
ここまで巫女服を着こなしてるレイヤー見たことないし
I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually Daru's voice actor putting voices to this guy.
Yeah.
It sounds
like
very
it.
similar,
Mm.
and that's not unheard of.
これは
Ow.
スプレじゃなくて
I bit myself.
It's not cosplay. I'm actually a shrine maiden, I swear.
可愛らしいポーズ取ってもらえるとめちゃ嬉しいんだけど
As we just discussed, being the center
じゃあ
of
俺だよ
attention,
俺
like Lukaku is
オーバ
here,
ードライブのメグ
is
み
not
たい
something you want.
Yeah, it's definitely Daru's voice actor.
Yeah. That thing mega Miku Miku Overdrive! Wow. A magical girl anime with 5 Miku girls as the protagonists. Its target audience is adolescent girls, but many men in their 20s like it too for some inexplicable reason. It's not like they're naked when they transform.
Is this just generally Mahou Shoujo
Yeah.
they're referencing, or is it a specific one?
I don't know if it's a specific one, but this is a very like.
I
There's
don't
a
remember.
reason why Precure is still very popular.
Yeah, because I don't remember there being a.
No, not with Miko girls.
No.
That's fictional. I think they're just. Yeah, I don't know if this is a reference to just Precure or Glitter Force, as it's called in the West. Stupid name, by the way.
But it's also, I don't know, it is having, you know, the 5 magical girls.
Very common.
Typical.
Yeah, very typical, and that's probably because one of the most influential magical girl series, Sailor Moon, had that.
Yeah, popularized
Yeah.
it.
So now everyone's doing that.
Yeah. You have the
It's
main
a squad, right?
the main protagonist, and then the 4
Yeah.
girls who essentially follow her.
Yeah, for some reason or another.
Yeah.
At least the main character learns to be the leader
Yeah.
of the group.
Even
For
if they
one
don't.
reason or another.
Yeah. Even if they don't start out as being a leader.
Yeah, or even if they are less experienced than sometimes some of the other magical girls, because that's often a thing that happens.
They will learn to become a leader.
Yeah, they are just leader material.
Yeah. They just haven't reached the potential yet.
No.
In the beginning.
Yeah, because they are supposed to start out as an ordinary girl.
It's sometimes also the same in a lot of
You mean tokusatsu stuff?
I suppose.
You mean-
I mean, it is. I was
It's Power Rangers. you're
Power
thinking-
Rangers.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're thinking of, right?
I could only think of the Japanese Mighty Morphing
Super Sentai.
Yeah.
That's the word you're looking for.
Yeah,
in Japanese.
I could only think of Mighty Morphin something, whatever it's
Yeah,
called.
they're also always 5.
Yeah, they're always
Most of
5,
the time.
and there's like the leader, and especially in some of the later ones, it was typical for the leader to start out with not really much confidence in their skills.
They're like,
and
I
whatnot,
have no clue what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Just like Sailor Moon.
but very much coming into their own
Yes.
later on.
And being a real leader.
Yeah.
That they need to be to win.
Because it's a character arc.
Yeah.
Sure, it's a very overused character arc, but it's
execution is key.
but it's a character arc.
Yeah. Someone has to be the leader.
Yeah, which is a lot better than a lot of children's shows used to be.
Yes.
Today, it's typically much different. They are a lot better at
Yes.
having character arcs and actually characters having characters, not just being cardboard cutouts.
Yeah, stereotypes.
Stereotypes. Yeah.
You know, you have the smart one and the sporty one,
Yeah.
and the feminine one, and even Sailor Moon, who to an extent has those tropes, subvert them in expectations to make them real characters.
Like Scooby-Doo used to be like that.
Yes. Luckily, not anymore.
Not as much. No. They're still obviously.
They're still
the
their
same.
character, but
They're
there's
still the
more
characters,
to
but
them
yeah, there's more to them.
than just being the pretty girl and the smart girl and the jock and whatever the fuck Scooby and
You mean, well, just Shaggy.
and Shaggy, that's the word.
Because Scooby is the token
He is the mascot.
mascot.
But I meant
Shaggy,
those two because they're always together.
Yeah. Shaggy is the coward.
Yeah. Comedy relief many times.
Yeah, comedy relief coward together with Scooby.
Yeah.
Plus, they like eating.
Yes, which is funny. That's
Which-
the whole point. And
I don't know
usually
if that's always been a thing.
I think it's always been a thing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
They've
it's
always been happy for food.
Yeah, because it's always a trope for them to go find some place to eat at the place they're at, and then
Yeah.
they run into the fucking monster right there before they get to eat it.
Yeah. Making a giant sandwich.
Yeah, a giant sandwich is just opening.
Yeah.
I think
Unhinging
it's
their jaw, essentially.
yeah, because cartoons you can do that.
Like a fucking snake.
And then it's stuck in their throat.
Yeah.
But I think for most of the series, it's been a thing.
Yeah.
I think maybe the first season, you didn't see it that much.
I don't remember much from the Hanna-Barbera cartoons.
I don't know if I still have, but I have a few episodes on DVD of the old series. I don't remember.
Of
if
the
they're in
original?
that. Yes.
Okay.
Of the original.
Hmm.
I think it's the original.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
Is it from the 60s?
I don't fucking remember. I received this when I was like 11. I don't know.
Is there a lot of reused animation?
Most likely. I don't fucking remember.
Like
I know that it's at least old. If
Yeah.
it's the original 60s or the one that came right after, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know there is one that is around like an armor, an MC knight armor.
One of the classics, yes.
Yeah. And I can't remember if that one's from the original. That one is at least on it. I know that much because I remember that very well. So if you can find that episode, then you will know. Because that's one of them that was on it.
Like, did it look like this?
Yes.
Okay.
But as I said, there is both the original Hanna-Barbera from the 60s and then one that came after that in the 70s that is still Hanna-Barbera. And that's the thing I don't really know which one it is.
Yeah.
But it definitely did look like that. Yes, it was old animation. Way before, all the newer iterations.
Yeah. Yes. So they have very much kept the character designs.
Oh
the
yeah,
same.
because they're good character designs.
Yeah. Did it look like this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, did it look like this?
Yeah. Yeah. Because they're good character designs. Yeah.
They're easy to recognize.
Yeah, and also easy to animate.
Yeah.
来た
Anyways.
それ最高めぐみたん知ってるよねやってくれないかな
This is also Daru's voice actor.
Hmm. Yeah, they both are.
知りませんすみません
なんでそんな嫌がるわけコスプレして秋葉に来たのって写真撮られるためなわけでしょなのに
No!
嫌がるとかおかしくない
Even if you came to Akiba in cosplay, does not mean you want people to take pictures of you.
Ask,
That's not a given!
ask for consent.
Yeah, and if they say no,
First.
then just take that and leave.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Sometimes Japanese people just do not understand that when they're obsessed about something.
Also tourists.
Yes. I understand that. But it's just... That's because this kind of thing is a more normal mindset in the West because of individuality and stuff like that.
Even
I'm not saying it's a good thing.
if it's a fucking convention where a lot of people are dressing up, ask for consent.
You're essentially breaking the law by not asking consent if you're taking pictures of a person with that person in mind. Regardless if they're cosplaying or not. It is illegal!
Even in Japan?
Pretty sure even in Japan it's illegal.
Okay.
There's a reason why they have sounds on all their cameras.
Well, that has more to do with
Yeah,
voyeur.
panties. But still,
But yeah.
it's still without consent.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure they also made that illegal.
So it's but
But in Japan, it's not common for these people to exist. But the kind of people who do have this mindset in Japan are very extreme about it.
yeah. And this is also 2010.
Yes, not that it's better nowadays when it comes to these kinds of people.
No, in the West we are getting better at it.
Yeah.
Getting better at asking for consent and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, they are asking for consent here. They're just not taking no for an answer because they expect the person to want pictures.
Want their picture taken.
Yes.
Yeah.
そうだよそれとも俺たちがキモいから
Tenpai?
拒否ってるわけ
Is that what you're supposed to say?
Hmm?
On the camera.
Right now, all I can read is 10p. But I don't
Yeah, exactly.
know.
That's what I'm thinking, like tenpai.
Yeah, but in Japanese it'd just be 10p.
Or 10p?
Yeah,
Oh.
because it's just an I.
Yeah. Okay.
Otherwise it'd be an AI.
Yes, true.
Not that I know what that would be a reference to.
No, it kind of just looks like a Sony camera.
Yeah,
Or Canon. Yeah.
Canon or Nikon, but it's just usually like the logo that's drawn is like slightly altered, the name of it. So I don't know if there is a brand that we are not familiar with that is similar to Tempe.
Maybe something in Japan.
Yeah,
Maybe
they have a lot of different brands in Japan that are exclusively in Japan. So.
To be honest, the Miku God fascinated me.
I mean, fair enough.
そこの
Where's my shaman ghost, Litalo? fair though, he's not Japanese. He is Russian, I think, but lives in America. So he speaks perfectly well English, but it's... it's just every time I see Miko God, I just think of that particular scene.
なんだよ君
Oh, there we go again! Who am I? I'm the great!
Hoi Kyoma!
Yeah. Now you understand the funniness in saying this. Because he says it all the time. It's just a joke.
We've seen it so many times.
Yeah. But you're just like, now it's just a fucking joke you can make with him. The bearer of the mightiest brain since Einstein.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know, he's crazy. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
マジ吉
Yeah.
Yeah, he's nuts. I mean, not really,
He's
but
nuts.
それぐらいでやめて
Yeah.
そのミコが嫌がっているだろ
Like, he's not actually nuts, but I can understand why they think that. They're Japanese people, and they know nothing about what being nuts is.
う なんという中二病ですか。
He is Chunibyo though.
Yeah.
かっこよく女の子を助けて
What?
セック
Yeah,
スに持ち
you
込も
turn
う
to be
として
cool
るじゃ
instead
ない
of girl, expect in return. You being a nice guy. Yeah. If you didn't understand what it is, that's what it is. I'm not gonna say it because YouTube does not want me to say that word.
Oh, we're already breaking so many guidelines. on
Yeah, I
YouTube,
know.
so
That's why it's not for children.
who fucking cares?
But a word like that directly said
I
is
guess.
gonna make it harder
Yeah.
for the algorithm, so.
But yeah, it's
People know this, and if they didn't, it was written straight on the screen for you to read.
essentially they are calling him a quote-unquote
Nice
nice
guy.
guy.
Yeah, exactly. Saves a girl for something in return.
Yeah.
And the Okabe is not that kind of person.
か弱い女子に男二人でまとわ
He just wants to look cool.
甘つ
That's all he
変態写
wants.
真を撮りたいと
Which,
懇願
good for
する
him.
Mm.
At the
オタク
very
の
least,
プ
he
ライ
has
ドすら
that.
捨てたか。
And, yeah, I mean, in this world line, she is a girl, so I suppose.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure he said that. The same thing in the other world line where Lukaku is born a different gender, a different sex.
カメラ小僧などではない。
But
それは
whatever.
単なる変質者だ。お前たちに聖地秋葉を歩く資格はないと
Unfit to walk the holy streets of Akiba. I mean, you're not wrong. Fuck these guys.
I can't close my mouth properly right now.
I know.
Like getting my teeth together.
I mean, you don't have to.
No, you don't have to,
You just
but
relax your jaw is the best thing. If you keep like pressing your jaw up against your skull, you can get a headache as well.
Hmm.
Don't do it. That's how I get a little headache sometimes when I'm stressed.
It's just very typical for me to have it in the position where my teeth are against each other.
Mm.
But right now, I have to force it quite a bit
Yeah.
to do that.
You're just relaxed. Don't worry about it. It's a good thing.
My jaw doesn't feel relaxed.
No. But it is.
It feels like it's overused.
We also talk a lot.
True.
We still have the thing that happens after the dates before we get to the home. If we do want to hit that today, we gotta get moving.
素人のくせにお高く泊まるなって言いたいね。秋葉にコスプレしてきてる時点で無差別に取られても文句言えないでしょ。
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying if that's what we wanted to get to, so we have the ending.
I didn't know how long it was gonna take.
No. It's just yeah, we're just talking. This doesn't matter. We continue, otherwise we're gonna prolong it any longer. Much any longer.
Saying that isn't gonna help.
No, I know.
僕は男です。だから僕なんかとっても意味
I'm not sure they care. They're otaku.
え、マジで
That might actually turn them on even
Yeah.
more.
They're like, oh my god, trap!
Yeah.
そんなの嘘だ。こんな可愛い子が男
God damn it, not again.
男です。喉仏もあります。
Barely.
I mean, it's probably more of a feel.
Hmm.
なんだよ。紛らわしいな。
Fraud!
Wow, okay.
Like they chose to look like this. Mother.
Wow.
Yeah. You really are the scum of the earth.
Salt of the earth? Scum of the earth.
Scum of the earth.
Both.
マジ吉だろ。
No. They don't wear Miko robes. They are a Miko! The father owns a shrine! Or not owns, he's the caretaker of the shrine.
You don't own a shrine.
No, you cannot own a shrine. They are holy.
Yeah.
And therefore cannot be ownable.
Mm.
But he's the closest to an owner.
A caretaker.
He lives
It's-
there and he's a caretaker.
It's
For everything there.
Yeah. It's like, you know, churches and also in Denmark, I don't know if they have that in the US, but in Denmark we typically also have a priest's house or whatever you want to call it,
Yes.
where the priest lives.
Yes. Which is usually close to the church.
Close to the church. Yeah.
Very close.
Yeah.
In Japan, it's the same thing. You live in the house right beside the shrine. Sometimes it's hidden a little bit away from the shrine because people come there, but you do live on the same property.
Yeah.
As long as you're priest there.
So you don't really own any of those places. Even the house you live in, you don't own.
No.
You
But
are,
you are also guaranteed a place to stay as long as you work there. So.
Yeah. But you're only there for as long as you
Benefits.
work there.
Yeah, but most of them work there in their entire lives. So.
Yeah. Well,
It ain't a problem. Usually when you become a priest, you're
say,
a priest for the rest of your life.
say that to the priests in Glybia. We have changed priests quite a few times.
Yeah, but that could also be because they were moved away or something else.
No. The first priest we had, which was while I was growing up, was one of my classmates' mother. Then, adultery
Yes.
happened.
Well, I was also just about to say, either they're getting, shifted to another post somewhere else, or a scandal happened. And then they're not allowed to be a priest anymore.
And these days, it's kind of hard to get new priests.
Yes, it's hard to get new priests because people don't take that education to become a priest.
There aren't many theologists these days.
Especially not young ones.
No. It's not popular.
No, it is not.
So.
Even though it's one of the most stable jobs you can have.
Yeah. That and working in the army.
Yes.
Those are some of the most stable jobs you can have. But yeah. Which is also one of the reasons why my father had suggested me at one point to work in the army. Because, stable job.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, but I'm not fit for the army.
The problem is just that the stable job is not as a civilian in the army, it is as a soldier in the army. Regardless of what you actually work as in the army, because my father is technically a soldier, but he would never go on a battlefield because he doesn't have the purpose for it.
Nope.
He's purely IT guy.
Yeah.
But to even get a job as a soldier in the army, you have to go through the basic training.
Yeah.
And you are not fit to do that.
Nope.
You cannot complete it because of your whatever problems you may have.
Yeah. And even back when I was being drafted.
Because it's obligatory for people born with a male sex
When you
to be drafted.
Yeah, when you turn 18.
Yes. For female sex, it is entirely optional.
Yeah.
As of right now.
It hasn't been changed yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
My little sister didn't have to do it either.
Okay.
So.
They have talked about making it mandatory for both.
Yes.
Either make it... you
The
can't
question
really...
is just whether it needs to be mandatory because...
There are so many people who are applying for it optionally.
Yes, because they want to get into
Even the
it.
ones who don't get drafted
Yeah.
tend to also apply for it because they want to be part of it.
Yeah.
So...
We should statistically have enough people who want to enter the military, but...
That's at least how it used
Tradition
to be.
is hard to break.
That's at least how it used to be.
Yeah.
The problem now is that we are facing possible war with Russia these days, so we might need more military than what we had before.
Yeah.
Especially for our self-defense force.
I mean, the self-defense force is the only thing we really have.
Yeah.
We don't actually have like an army that goes out and wages war. We only have a self-defense force.
No. But it help. We help the U.S. with their endeavors.
Yeah. We help because the argument is that we can protect ourselves by doing that, or protect others by doing that. But we don't go out waging wars.
No. Essentially,
We
not.
don't have the military for that.
We are just working together with our allies.
Yes, exactly. To bring peace. That is the job we do.
Yeah.
Like most of our
Bring
jobs
peace.
is to go to the best capability that they are able to. It doesn't always work out that way, but
No.
But it's their intention.
Yeah.
But what we really mostly do as military in Denmark is to go to other countries that are in war, whichever side we now pick to help, and educate the locals there better so that they can defend themselves. We very rarely go out in the battlefield in Denmark.
Nope, but it can happen.
It can happen because shit happens. But the primary objective is to educate them.
But yeah, when I was being drafted, like even back then, I didn't have as many mental problems as I do today. I was way more normal functioning, as you could say.
Normal functioning. What is normal?
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
You had a you could.
I could get up early in the morning and do the things I'm supposed to do.
You had a functioning normal day.
Yeah.
Compared to now.
Yeah. But I told the doctor there when we came to that part that do not put a weapon in my hand. I would not trust me with a weapon in my hand.
And the doctor's like, yeah, I can see that. Next!
Yeah.
And thus you did not get drafted.
Yep. That was at least a surefire way to not get drafted. I didn't lie or anything. I was sure I didn't want to get drafted, but I didn't want to get drafted because I didn't want to put other people in danger.
Yeah.
Because
you're
of me
not sure
getting
you would
drafted.
even be able to utilize said weapon.
No.
So you just kind of be in the way for everyone else.
I
on a practical.
Admire weapons at a distance.
They are pretty, and I
and some of them
like
have
shooting targets for fun.
It's like
not animals and not humans.
No, the closest I will ever get to a weapon is airsoft.
Yes.
I will never hold a real gun in my hands, even if I get the chance to go to a shooting gallery, I think you can call it, or whatever.
Shooting range or shooting club.
Yeah.
I did attend a shooting club for a while, so I know how to shoot a rifle.
Well, I have also technically done that, but I was quite a bit younger back then. So I have attended shooting club also.
14, 15 when I did it. So I do know how to shoot a 2-bolt action rifle.
Yeah.
But they're not like real bullets in the same way anyways.
But for me, it's I mostly just watch a YouTube channel called... Shit, now I don't remember.
But he talks about guns.
We call him the Weapon Jesus because of his long ass hair.
Yeah. He just talks and breaks down weapons.
He talks about old weapons and their history.
Yeah.
That's
what I mean by breaking down.
Yeah. Which I find fascinating.
It is fascinating.
I like history.
Like it is for any kind of like tool, essentially, it could be.
I like history.
It's the same thing as I also like, people talking about archery. Fucking love archery. But it's not really something you can do here in Denmark. Not that kind of archery, at least.
Why can I not remember what his YouTube channel is called?
I don't know. It doesn't matter right now. That's besides the point.
I'll figure it out before the stream ends.
Most likely.
Because I would like to shout him out.
I don't think you read that line.
No. Those bastards were a disgrace to otaku everywhere.
That they are indeed.
Yeah.
I don't know if they are anymore, because we don't know them, but I would assume they probably still are.
どうもありがとうございました。
ああ、いや。
でも僕みたいな男を助けてがっかりですよね。
Why?
I think Lukaku is
期待
just
に添えなくて
programmed to think that because
I understand that it's it's a whole like
Lukaku does not look like how males are expected to look.
Even female Lukaku doesn't have a lot of confidence.
No, but that's for a different reason. I would think. Like nothing's changed except for what private parts they have.
Yeah.
名前は
Forgotten weapons.
Ah.
That's what the YouTube channel is
Yes,
called.
that's true. Even I know that.
But yeah, we call him Weapon Jesus.
Mm.
Also because he's super nice.
What is your name, Miko?
How would you say that?
漆原
Name wa?
Onamae wa?
Onamae wa?
Usually you'd put O on. It's compared to how rude you're gonna be.
I suppose.
You could just say namae wa, but you're being very, very rude.
Yeah.
You're being a little bit too friendly to a person you don't know.
Okay.
It's
Fair.
it's you'd say that if you don't respect the person, but you have to ask their name.
Hmm.
なぜ俺に謝った
So, kind of like Karl Marx. That's what he would say. Name wa?
Yeah. Or he might find another rude way to say it. There are many ways to like ask for your name in Japanese.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there are many ways to say different sentences. Like, almost every sentence, there are quite a few ways to say them.
yeah, because the Japanese language is all about hierarchies. So
Yeah.
it's different levels of respect. And
Hierarchy and context.
Yeah, exactly. And the connotations are very nuanced.
Mm.
So it's just like Chinese in how you pronounce Chinese words. If you pronounce it slightly wrong, you're basically saying something completely different. And you don't even realize it.
No.
Because it's such a minute thing. Wow, look at him being all cocky. It matters not!
You say here, but clearly we see later that it matters a lot.
Well, I think it matters not in this context
No.
specifically.
No.
He doesn't care
お
that
前が男だろうが女だろうが
it,
関係ない
it doesn't care. He doesn't care about whether
だ
Nukako was a guy or girl in this specific instance. He just saw someone who was bothered by these cameramen and went like, "Stop bothering this person."
Well, it even goes beyond that, as you
Yeah.
can see here.
Yeah.
Because like later on we see there's like, oh, there's a cute, they're a guy kind of thing, you know,
Yeah.
all that thing when we
He's
first.
that is just him being like so dainty, so pretty. But I keep remembering myself that he's a guy, so I cannot be romantically involved with this person because that's the Japanese mindset.
ついてこい
The problem is just that the game kind of makes a joke out of
そ
it,
のアイテムさえあれ
and that's not great.
お前
I
は
agree.
勇気を得るだ
That's the fault of the developers and the Japanese mindset being taking it a little bit too far.
気づくはずだ
But yeah, now you get to see
え
now you get to see why the whole Samidara sword
Yeah.
starts.
Mm.
It's really to help Lukako gain more confidence in themselves.
Mm.
So he may sound pushy when he gets Lukaku to do those things, but he does do it
ですか
with the intent to help Lukaku in the end.
Mm.
So he does care about Lukaku, just as a friend.
俺はお前に力を与えるこ
Just
と
trying to lose my jaw a bit.
You can do this as well.
求めろ星を
No, it's uncomfortable because
I know
of-
it's uncomfortable, but it is a good release.
No, but because of the one side where it goes neck all
It's-
the time. So
Still a good thing to do, even if it's uncomfortable. I also think it's uncomfortable.
because I have the whole problem with one side of my jaw kind of locking in slightly.
Yeah.
Something happened to it at one point, and it started doing that. I don't know why. I have no idea why, because I've never really hurt my jaw.
Oh.
So I just started doing that.
Hmm.
Is because right now I cannot have my jaw in a position in a resting position because of the way it is.
Mm.
Well, that's how he remembers it.
まさかその後武器屋本
I
舗
mean,
に
the only thing that's really
サムダレを
different
買って
is
もらえるとは
Lukaku.
The whole guy stuff.
Yeah, it's the sex thing. That's all. That's it. Blade works. One of several stores in Akihabara that sell replica weapons. Items include Japanese single period swords, European Middle Age swords, and knight armor.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's also a stall that exists, but it's probably called something slightly different.
Yeah. Very much makes sense because there's a big market for those kind
Yeah,
of
yeah,
things.
yeah.
いや
Even in Denmark, though, in Denmark we tend to lean more towards
It's more for role play than it's
role
cosplaying.
playing. Yeah, so it's foam weapons.
Yeah.
Instead, but yeah, you know,
Mm.
everyone loves weapons. Some like fantasy, some like you know, guns. But yeah, you know,
She's
weapons.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you to actually come with me. Yeah, I like both. I like it all. Afterwards, Lukako and I went through intense training to develop the Seishin
Seishin Sanma School.
School
Swordsmanship.
Swordsmanship. Okay.
とてもびっくりしましたけど、でも岡部さんがあの時言ってくれたそんなことはどうでもいいっていう言葉は
But you can clearly see that
すごく
Lukako most likely developed a slight crush even when they met because of what happened, and then it just
変ですよね。
Yeah.
went on and they realized what
反
happened.
応しちゃうなんて
Which is why I'm saying the same thing happened no matter which world line, therefore I would argue that Lukako most likely also
そ
likes
の言葉
Okabe.
があったから、
But they just never pursued it because of the whole sex thing, right? So
だから好きになったんです。
wait a second.
Is she serious? But that Lukaku was a guy.
It's the same thing that happened.
Does that mean that I made the guy Lukaku fall in love with me?
Most likely, yes.
Most likely, yes. By the time I drop her off back at the shrine, I'm worn out physically and mentally. Ow, ow, ow. In the end, we didn't talk much. We just walked.
今日はすごく楽
Kyoma, you
しか
suck.
ったです。
He'll realize his mistake. Like, Lukaku's obviously going to say that
It was fun.
she enjoyed it because that's Lukaku.
Mm.
But Okabe just has to realize that this date was a disaster and he should not have followed that book at all. He should just have done whatever the fuck.
She's just saying that out of consideration. I can tell that she's forcing her smile. Although all through the date, I couldn't stop thinking about the time Lukaku fell in love with me, so I barely made conversation at all.
それではその
なんだ
Kiss this?
No.
Oh.
I don't think there's a CG with them kissing. So.
ま
Ah, okay. Another date.
Hmm?
Another date.
え
She wants to go on a date again tomorrow?
明
I mean,
日も
obviously, she wants to get as most out of this as possible.
一緒にいたい
She
で
just
す。
wants to be with you.
I mean, if you if you are truly to bring her to a place that you frequent, the lab.
Or you can just stay at the shrine.
Or stay at the shrine, I don't know.
They spend most of the time there. It's a place he frequents.
どうも
Doesn't have to go anywhere to be in a date.
Nope.
ですか？
ダメなんてことはないうん本当に
よかった。
You got the tail feathers on your neck.
うん
また明日。
I feel a huge weight on my shoulders. Another date tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard.
Date. Da, te, da, te.
Da, te, da, te. People have no idea what the fuck we're referring to.
No. Tomorrow.
If you do,
Tomorrow, I'll see you
Tomorrow.
And the rest I don't remember.
you're always a day.
What?
That is actually a character that if you write with the Mayoshi in the original game, you could get a wallpaper that was filled with the frog without the maid stuff, because this is clearly Ferris, but just the frog. Because you could just write Gero. So
He says while playing an eroge.
yeah, just look at that. Nice.
Is that supposed to be Lukako? Who's the blonde girl?
I don't think it's connected to any of that. There's even a date on it. What the fuck? This is a management sim and date game like fucking Persona, but there's eroge in it?
Well,
Don't worry about it.
Fate?
I don't think Fate has dates in it, like on the UI.
Well, I've seen many eroges with dates in them.
Yeah, I don't
because it's important.
Yeah, in Fate I don't think it's really important. Honestly,
or at least eroges that are dating sims, it's important because you need to know what day is it, so you know what are the girls doing, so you know where to go and do what and have what conversations.
Yeah, the thing is like with at least Fate Stay Night is that you only really have 3 routes.
Okay.
And you're kind of locked on doing the first one, being the Fate route.
Yeah.
Then you have the Unlimited Blade Works route, as it's called, and then you have Heaven's Field, which is the final and true ending, I think.
Yeah.
It's regarded as the true ending. I haven't watched the movies yet, so I don't know. But so it's not really like you have to be like, okay, what are they doing? Where do I go to get conversation with them and gain points with them, or whatever the fuck you do normally in eroges. I assume it's kind of similar to
well, not all eroges, but
no,
there's a lot of eroges that are dating sims.
Yeah, I'm just assuming it's kind of alike Otome games in that sense.
But very much, yeah, like, dating sims.
Yeah, that's also what I mean. Like, sure, Fate Stay Night is not a dating sim.
No.
It's not. It's a story VN that is originally an eroge. The story has nothing to do with the eroge stuff, basically.
No, the eroge was just there.
It's just there, and they made an excuse for it to be there. And it doesn't need it. You can play Fate Stay Night without having the eroge part in it.
It's kind of funny. They made an eroge first.
Yeah.
And people were like, wait, this is a good story. You should make more.
That's kind of like what happens sometimes. It's like people make like an eroge and they're like, wait, this story's actually pretty good.
It's also
We'll just adapt that without the eroge because we can't show that on television.
It's a bit like Heart of the Forest.
Yeah.
Where when I played the game, there was no eroge in it.
Even though you were expecting it.
I was expecting it because, you know, I had found it on an eroge site.
Yeah.
Just USA, which is a big...
I mean, it doesn't only do eroges, but it is one of the bigger translators and localizers for it, yes. Do other
they
things as
mainly do eroges.
Yes, but they also do other games.
They also do other games, but mainly they do eroges. I had found it there, and then I found out that it was also on Steam, so I bought it on Steam. And then I didn't know that I had to get a free DLC for it, which you had to download somewhere else on their own website.
To turn on the plus
to
18
turn on, yeah.
mature stuff, right?
Yeah. So I just played it without any of the plus 18 stuff, and... You know what? I don't need it. it was fucking
It was
good.
heartfelt. You don't need it. You really don't.
No.
And it's the same with Fate Stay Night. It's a good story. Good characters.
It's just...
You don't need it.
Is this she looks?
There's a reason why it isn't in the rest of like. There's a reason why it's not in the rest of like the Fate games. It's not necessary.
It's because she's so petite. It
Yeah.
also so it very much looks like
On the
Yukako.
short hair. I understand that, but I think it's mainly just someone just drew this.
But it's very much also
It's an old style, yeah.
yeah, old style. Isn't it called something specific?
I don't know.
I don't remember. Anyways.
It's funny because the art style looks more like a shoujo. Not that I would be surprised if he was into Yuri Eroges.
I mean, look at them.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like the art style, like the eyes and the hair, is very reminiscent of 2000s shoujo.
I wouldn't say that's necessary. Well, yeah. What I'm trying to get across here is that I think that's actually fairly normal for Eroges of the time.
Maybe, I don't
Is
know.
to have that
I haven't
art
played
style.
that, so I don't know.
Because the art style sort of evokes a kind of feeling of romance
I mean,
and
that is what
romanticizing.
shoujo did back then.
Yeah, exactly.
It's because a lot of it was romance.
And it makes sense to have that in Eroges too.
Yeah, I suppose.
ルカちゃんとのデートはどうだった？
It went horribly.
まあなんとかステージクリアしたかも。
Yeah.
It went absolutely horrendous. Look! Lukaku's crying. This clearly did not end well.
ねえね
God fucking damn it, Mayuri.
え、ルカちゃんとオカリンでコスプレカップルとして出てみようって思ったりしない
Good
か
fucking
な？
luck with that.
You're not gonna get Lukaku to do that.
No.
オカリンからもね、彼氏としてルカちゃんを設定
That will just put Lukaku on the spot, Mayoshi. This is not the time.
No.
Though she doesn't know that.
お願いしてもね、ちっとも OK してくれないんだよ。
Mayuri doesn't understand the situation we're in, so I can understand why she'd say this. She doesn't know that it's only for a few days and that it's to save her life that he's doing this.
ラブラブなオカリンからお願いされたらね、
Love it, love it, no, cut it.
これって OK すると思うんだ。
断る。
Good.
Fuck that, Mayuri.
Because Komima is on the 15th.
And that's when Mayuri dies. I don't want anything to happen on that day. Except for sending that email.
Mayuri is fated to die that night. How am I supposed to spend the hours before her death cosplaying a Komima?
Yeah, having fun? Nah.
デートの面白さがさっぱり理解できない。
Neither do I.
ゲーオカリンてめえそれは世の中の童貞諸君を敵に回す発言だぞ謝れ
He's still a virgin.
謝れ
You know?
Well, in these kinds of circles...
I know, but still, he's still a virgin. So there's nothing there to be an insult. He's still part of that community.
Not to mention virgin is a construct made up by guys to have essentially control over women.
Yeah.
So,
Virginity is not really a thing. It's just a fucking membrane that can break on anything.
yeah.
It's worth nothing.
Essentially, the idea of it would... Because of that idea, if you ride a horse as a girl, you will no longer be a virgin.
Yeah.
According to that thing.
If you do gymnastics, you would probably lose to so-called quote-unquote virginity really early on. Yeah. Also, you could just be born with a hole in that membrane.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
考えてみろ。相手にひたすら気を使い、気まずい中で二人で歩き回って。
Wasn't there also something about it being able to regrow? Possibly?
I don't see the reason for that, so... That's not something I've heard about at the very least.
No. The whole idea is just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
どうだ面白い要素があるか
Though today it's typically more about have you just had sex or not.
Yeah, the first time you do it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's all virginity is about.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole question, well, what counts?
Yeah. A discussion I don't want to get into.
No.
Not this time.
No. Don't need to.
I have enough about those things when I have to learn about it from a medical point of view. So I don't care.
らしいのよ
Yeah.
I do not care. I am touch averse. I don't care about this.
No.
Just sitting there.
Hmm.
All comfy.
But definitely. No, never mind. No, let's not get into
No,
this.
no. We just continue playing the game.
好きな人と一緒にいるだけでね女の
Yeah, actually, talk to Mayuri about this. I think Mayuri might actually be the best one to ask about this. Because she's a doofus. But she knows people very well.
Yep.
Mayuri's probably the best one to ask. Despite her never being in a relationship.
Yes. Yes. Mayuri is the person to ask about what to do on a date.
She is like the normalest person here.
だとしたら
Even if she is completely
マユシは
inept
寂しい
at
です
anything that requires a brain.
Hmm. Why would that make Mayuri sad?
オカリンがマイノリティなんだよつうかデートって言えばエロイベントたくさんあんだろう
No!
Shut up!
Daru, you are even worse than Kurisu at asking about this.
I mean, we already
お
knew
前は
that.
実
Yeah.
にバカだな
The only reasons why Kurisu is a bad choice is because she has no idea what to do.
Yeah. And
Which
Daru's
is
experience is his games and his opinion.
his games, his light novels, his mangas, and
His
whatnot.
whatever the fuck he's reading.
Yeah. Kurisu is leagues better than Daru because Kurisu at least has no idea. Is at rock bottom,
Yeah.
just like
Okabe.
Okabe. Daru has fantasies.
Yeah.
Fetishes.
And he disregards like the collective when it comes to this thing. It's just not okay to just go straight into the what he says H scenes or ecchi scenes.
He has things that he expects,
Yeah.
and those are not realistic.
No. Especially
At
on
all.
the first date. Are you fucking crazy? That is not real love, my dude. Faris is better than Kurisu. Mayuri is probably the best candidate to ask about this. Also,
Yeah.
because she knows Lukako personally. But
Of all
what
the,
she said, just by being with each other should make each other happy. It shouldn't matter what you do.
of all the girls, including Moeka and Susuha,
Moeka has absolutely no social intellect, so you shouldn't ask her. She's never been in a relationship. Susuha comes from a future where I'm not sure that is something.
all she knows is fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's something she's ever had on her mind or has ever been taught to do. It's not on. Oh, sorry, it's not on her mind.
Maybe you should put it down.
No, I like waving it around. I have scratch stick and I wave it around because it has a hand. I like it, waving around with it. But yeah,
Okay.
Suzuha doesn't know anything either, but at least she would probably tell you she doesn't know or have something. She has watched movies, so maybe that would be her reference point for things. But they would sound so outlandish that even like Okabe would probably know that it's not how it works. Because Suzuha is oddly confident about some things she has no idea about.
Does it make you feel like you have authority?
No, I just like the point of having a small hand. The small hand part,
Yeah.
that's funny. Like I can point
何言ってんだよ手をつなぐとかマジエロくね腕を
I
組んで
mean, for
おっぱい
some
を
Japanese
握り
people,
当てて
yes,
る
yes,
状態と
it is
エロすぎっ
scandalous
し
to
ょ
be holding him. At least his aspirations and dreams are small.
True. Considering what's on his screen right now.
Yeah. Now she has black hair. What happened?
What the fuck?
It's the same like drawing.
Yeah.
It's just a different color bra and a different color hair.
I'm pretty sure the bra is the same.
No, the bra was darker on the other one. I'm pretty
Was
sure.
it? No,
Yeah.
it was a white one.
Regardless, it's the same hair,
Yeah.
the same pose. Her color is just dark now. Whatever.
そしてデートの終わりにはキスして締めだろ。チキショー、リア充のバカ。
Death to novels.
That is surprisingly normal.
Yeah, right? Like
Actually,
it's like
I was
that's his
expecting.
idea of like sexual things.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking funny. It's like his bar for his dreams are so low. That's like, you know what? I could see that happen. The kiss on the first date, maybe not. But other than that,
Well,
that's anime bullshit. Kissing is
No,
a
I'm not
big
talking about
step.
anime.
Okay. Kissing is a big step in the Japanese romance
Japanese,
world.
yes,
I'm
yes.
talking from a Japanese point of view when I talk
I was
about this.
I was
at all.
talking from experience.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a Japanese point of view.
Like
Because that's what this is.
in some cases, it's like it's the first time I meet them, and then before the or why when you're about to leave, well, kiss.
But
E-
it
even-
means a lot more. Like, first kiss means a lot more in the Japanese society than it does in the West.
Even if it was the older sister that was actually after you, but she's no longer there, so you were spending your time with the younger sister, and
Shit happened.
shit happened, and
We're not gonna talk about that. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happened. People, they'll leave it up
things
to...
got better. Let's just say that. For a while, she was quite angry. Understandably so. She had a thing for me. She had invited me there. And then I just end up having a thing with her younger sister.
Yeah.
What?
Shit happened.
Yeah.
That's fine. Whatever. Daru's dreams and aspirations are surprisingly low bar and normal and tame, considering the things he plays.
Considering all the other things he says.
Yes, exactly.
エロゲーのやりすぎだ。
I mean, yeah, in eroges, that's probably also how a first date goes before you start, you know, with whatever the fuck is going on in this game right now.
I haven't played enough Erogaze to know that. Or at least not the
It's
kind of
just from
Erogaze
experience, like-
they play.
Yeah, just from experience of, like, Japanese couples and stuff.
Hmm.
They tend to go very slow with things. Like, holding hands is actually a fairly... You can call them, we go into the second phase, which is not the second phase in the West. Not the same.
Mm. Like, the Erogaze I play...
It's a fairly big thing.
I played generally don't have the whole date thing. The only one that I've really played that have the date thing is, well, School Days. And that's not a proper representation.
And no, that is a representation of everyone is fucked up by something in that game. Somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
The main character's shit, his friend is shit. Poor girls, but they also turn very unstable in some routes. Everything's a scandal. Some other enemies
One of them
work.
literally falls apart at one point.
Yeah. One of the endings is literally her killing everyone.
Not everyone.
No, not everyone, but it's a yonder ending. So.
Well, everyone important,
Yeah, that's what I mean by everyone.
I suppose. 2 people, but yes. I'm actually unsure if that is part of the game or if that's only an anime.
It is part of the game. They just chose the most passive
Yeah.
route through the game when they made the anime.
It's been a while since I played it.
It is an actual ending in the game.
Maybe you should play it again.
Oh god, no. No more talk about school days.
No.
いつから
People are supposed to feel safe here.
Yeah. Play Heart of the Woods, just without the 18 stuff. It's great.
Yeah,
Good
as it
story.
is, if you buy it on Steam, it doesn't have that in to begin with. So
No, it's
play
an
that.
amazing game. Amazing story, in my opinion. I fucking cried.
とてもび
I
っ
don't
くりし
cry
ました
often.
けど
About
I
like,
don't either
岡部
because
さん
my
があの時
emotional
言って
like
くれた
capabilities
そ
are
んなことはどうでも
non-existent.
いいっていう言葉はすごく嬉しかったんです
but yeah, it's yeah. Media typically doesn't make me cry.
No, me neither.
その言葉
Not because I
があ
don't
ったか
have
ら
emotions. I have emotions. I have many.
Everyone has emotions, but there are just certain things.
I have deep emotions.
Yeah.
I have unruly emotions.
You don't control your emotions. Your emotions control you.
Yeah. Yeah.
だから
I just don't understand
好
my
きになっ
emotions.
たんです
We can always try to work on that if you want to.
You said that last stream. I know.
And
Right now, I have bigger things to work on.
bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I have constant stress in my body.
Sophie feels off about her story. I said Luca's gender didn't matter.
そうだそうだよ変だ
Oh! I see.
Now I know what feels out of place. I'm not.
You don't get it yet? Okay. You'll
Probably-
get it in a moment.
Okay, probably because I'm tired.
Yeah. I get it.
I
That like
Yeah.
thing wouldn't have happened because Lukaku
Nope.
is actually female.
Yep.
So why does Lukaku remember those words? That gender didn't matter. That wouldn't have come up.
Is
if
that what
Lukaku-
she said explicitly? It is.
It is implied that they talked about it, and that was a huge thing for Lukaku. That was implied in what they said.
I wouldn't have said that to female Lukaku, so why does this Lukaku remember what I said back then?
思い出したね
In case you didn't understand what that implicated, here's a direct correlation.
Hmm.
It's not just
死
fairies.
んだパパを生き返らせることに
I love when this song comes on because it means shit's about to go down inside his head.
Ferris regained her memories before she sent the email. Could Lukaku too have remembered the previous world line, where she was a guy?
Seems very likely,
Possible.
considering the conversation you had earlier today.
Not to mention how hard it hit her when he told her she was a guy. Because then,
Question is if she already remembered then.
don't know. Because then it definitely makes sense that she would have a big insecurity about that.
Yeah. It would make sense why she was so distraught over it.
Yeah. However, she remembers that event, and she said she liked me for it. So, did Lukaku like me even when she was a guy?
Most likely. It's never really clarified, but I would wager yes. Or I actually don't know if it's clarified. Lukaku from this world line may say it, but once we change world line, I don't think it will come up again.
No. Obviously. Because that's not important anymore.
No.
No. We're
Narratively, it doesn't make sense to pursue that at the moment.
Again. This is a product of its time.
Yes, it is.
Plus, it's Japan.
Yes. And Japan, to a point, still thinks like this.
Yeah.
They're conservative. It's gonna take a lot of power to fight this kind of
Yeah.
mindset with their collective.
But obviously, I'm still a little sad that we have to go through this.
Yes.
It's like we have to go through this whole realization that it's like, oh, did they have the same feelings for me when they were a guy? Oh my goodness, such scandal? I don't know.
I have an existential epiphany over this. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, that's a thing? Japan. Just write it over to being Japan.
Oh well.
At least, again, sure, we need to go through all this, but the game is not painting it out to be a bad thing. Thank God.
No.
Because Japan back then, I would wager there would be a lot of normal Japanese people who would be like,
That's weird.
that's weird. I don't
Possibly
know
wrong.
about this.
Hmm.
And they're being polite about it when they say like, "Sorewachotto," that means no. They don't say no. They say that's gonna be a little bit difficult. That means no. Japanese.
I think I need to check this out.
Alright.
What? Check this out. Check out this photograph.
Alright, next day.
The next morning, I head to the shrine to meet Lokako.
With Lukako.
Essentially the same.
おはようございます。
Interesting.
Hmm?
They're doing the elevator shots,
Yeah.
even though we've already seen this outfit.
Yes. Most likely because Okabe has realized something. He didn't pay attention to it before.
I guess.
That would be my guess as to why they do that.
Yeah. Mentally, for him, something has changed.
Yes.
今日はそのどこへ？
それよりルカ子、
はい。
お前には男だった頃の記憶が残っていないか？
Direct, but sure.
そんなことありません。
You don't sound very sure.
No, no.
本当に？
She was hesitating.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that? Not stiffly.
Yeah, Luku just nods stiffly. Mary's life hangs in the balance, so I'm sure no matter what I say, she'll turn back. Or is it naive of me to think that? Either way, even though I'm doing this to save Mayuri, I can't just trample on Luku's pure maidenly heart.
I mean, Lukaku has a pure maidenly heart no matter which world I'm in.
Yeah,
so
no,
whatever.
no. Oh, it's just, no.
It's just a saying. It's
yeah,
kind of funny.
I know, it's funny. Yeah. That water is kind of distracting.
Shiny.
Neither one of us speaks. Lukaku is the first to break the suffocating silence.
ごめんなさい。今日のデートを中止にしましょう。
I hurt her. I feel guilt. Whoops. I feel guilty, but at the same time relieved. I hate myself for it.
Fair enough.
Instead of returning to the lab, I stand on the bridge in front of the station and gaze blankly at the stream of people. Right now, I don't want to see anybody.
I need to think. Think, Okame.
I'm so lonely.
So very lonely.
I got nobody. I'm on my own. I can't get those notes.
I mean, you weren't really being clean in the notes either way, so it's
No.
gonna be hard to reach it either way.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's not easy.
I'm too tired to do anything.
But plus, you need to warm up if you really want to hit them properly.
Yes. Yes. I need to think. Oh, sorry.
So you are like takes some time there.
But but try as I might, no ideas come. No,
No
solutions. I've done nothing but make Lukaku sad. Tomorrow is the end. but I'm not confident I can show Lukaku a fun time. The next morning, after Mayuri and Daru have left for Ariake, I head to the shrine to pick up Lukaku. We hop the train at Akiba Station when she... What?
Looks askance at me.
When we hop the train.
Yeah, you can say that. Hop the train.
I've never read it like that, so I'm not exactly sure what they mean.
It means that they just
Take the train?
take whatever train go at Akiba to wherever they're going. It's instead of like planning, you just hop on it because in Japan the trains go every like 4 minutes. So you kind of just hop on it.
Okay. The thing I was confused about was that, like, are they getting off the train at Akiba Station,
No,
or are they
getting
getting
on
on
it.
the train?
They're getting on
the train. Okay.
Because Akiba's where they live.
When she looks askance at me, I tell her we're going to see Mayuri. Today, it won't just be the two of us. Just the two of us.
Me.
Something.
Yeah.
K.
I don't know.
When we get off the train at Tokyo Bigside, Lukaku stares in wonder at the scene spread before her.
It was probably never like been to the
People.
everywhere. People.
Oh my god. People. Yeah.
Welcome to Combat, people.
I mean, gotta get the perfect shot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And especially one from, down below.
Yeah.
That's very important.
As long as they ask consent.
Oh yeah, but still. Welcome to Komima, the Otaku Festival. It's the first day, so Big Side's more crowded than usual. Conversation will flow, and I'll be off the hook. Of course, bringing a date to Komima is
It's a dress that you wanted Lukaku to wear.
Got her to wear at one point.
Yes, to try it out, but it was made for Lukaku.
Is a surefire way to earn myself the hatred of otaku everywhere, but no matter. I'll endure their contempt if that's what it takes to make Lukaku happy. So resolved, I strike out through the crowd towards a designated rendezvous point. Lukaku, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, struggle to follow behind.
I mean, fair.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. It's almost one. I'm here! It's not like I'm about to die in a few hours or anything.
She don't know that.
No, I know, that's why I'm saying it in her voice. I don't know anything about that, because nobody ever tells me.
Wouldn't it cost money to get in?
I mean, they're still outside, so I don't know.
They definitely went in. I would think. I don't know. But, yeah, whatever.
I love the name of the girl is Kirari-chan.
We walked around together for a while after meeting up with Mayuri, but after she left us, our conversation stopped. In the end, Lukaku and I got fed up with the amount of people and left Ariake early.
I mean, there's a lot of people there, I can understand.
We took the direct shuttle bus to Akiba, that only runs during Komima, but it was so cramped inside, I thought I was gonna
Welcome
die.
to Japan, especially Tokyo. Oh no, that does not sound good.
By the time we get back to Akiba, Lukaku and I are exhausted. My feet feel like blocks of lead, and I don't have the energy to even attempt conversation. Lukaku doesn't raise a single complaint.
Because that's who Lukaku is.
But taking her to taking her to Komima was obviously a mistake. Mistake! Lukaku's expression has been stiff ever since we met up with Mayuri. Maybe she's still traumatized by otaku. I think back to the first time I met Lukaku. Even back then, otaku were harassing her.
Yawn.
Maybe they left a bad impression? We don't talk. When we arrive at the shrine, our time as a couple will end. So this is our last chance to talk as boyfriend and girlfriend. I am sure there's a better way to phrase that.
That's probably because of what he said in Japanese.
Oh, yeah.
It's a translation thing.
Yeah. You would just say, talk as partners.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
But it's probably because he said both words in Japanese.
Yeah.
It's also weird because I think Lukaku asked him to be her boyfriend, but in Japanese, she just said lover or partner. She said koibito. She didn't specify the gender.
No.
Which is why I get it. And this was first translated and shit. Nobody really thinks about it, but it's just funny to genderize it. But whatever.
Even in Danish, we have a non-gendered word for it.
Yes.
Kæreste. Sort of akin to partner, but not really the same. It is technically more akin to, girlfriend, boyfriend.
Yes, because partner
but
usually means that you have some kind of commitment to each other.
Yeah.
Not necessarily because you're married, but just have some kind of commitment. Maybe it's a little bit deeper than just being in a relationship.
Yeah. But yeah, it has the same feeling as those, just without being gendered.
Yeah.
We don't have gendered words for those things.
No.
Or no,
we don't have that.
We don't have that. Which is
surprising.
Surprising. Interesting. Not sure why.
It might be because the whole concept of being in a relationship without marriage in mind is a fairly new idea.
Maybe. I'm gonna look up the etymology later. But I'm confused. What should I talk about? Silence dominates the shrine. The silence should be common, but is not. Today is the day Mayuri dies. She only has about 2 hours left. So, the temporary relationship between me and Lukaku ends. Lukaku ends here.
Lukaku.
Sorry. Now I just need Lukaku to give me her mother's pager number. However, in the end, what have I done for Lukaku? Absolutely fuck all.
Oh, he has hurt her.
True, actually, it's even worse than nothing.
Yeah, so he has done something and it wasn't good.
All I've done is hurt her.
She did a good job with the headset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sit up high.
Yeah. And look around.
Yeah. She must also be tired. It's past 12 now. Though she did get up late, I suppose. But she was awake even before I left.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I heard her scream. Well, not Scrim. She hurt herself.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Pale, you can't
Scrim-
do that.
She screamed of pain. That is a lie.
She writhed in agony
おかめさん
over her own doing.
好きになれてよかったです
Time leap?
What?
Time leap?
Just wait, continue.
That has to be a lie. So warm. Oh, okay. Wait, what?
She's giving him the paper with the
No,
picture.
yeah, I'm getting that. I'm just...
Don't worry about it. Sensations like these are a Japanese thing. I think.
What?
I wouldn't know.
No, it's just, we got what we came for,
Yes.
but we didn't do anything but hurt her.
Just continue. Just continue.
Okay.
This is not the end.
It's so... No. Well... No. And so thin. This is the first time that I've held her hand. The first time that her skin has touched mine. Since I became her boyfriend though. And it will be the last.
それじゃ
Oh, shit.
You and your coordination.
Yeah, I
Or
know.
non-existent coordination.
I know, right?
Probably her mother's Patreon number. She kept her promise.
She did keep her promise regardless of the outcome. But
I mean, she didn't specify it had to be successful.
no, no.
Interesting.
Don't worry about it. We're playing right now.
No, it's just usually Discord goes into like a streamer mode where there will be no notifications.
I don't know.
You know, to hide,
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
personal information and whatnot. But I can't let it end like this. I need to do this right. I run full speed back to the lab, ignoring Kurisu's call to stop. I slap on the headgear and leap to the past. Okay. Thank fuck!
As I said, it ain't over yet. I told you there's a scene that I actually really like about his character here.
Cause
It is not gonna end on a bad note.
okay, well not. Yeah, I guess. I was just thinking that, or I was fearing, I suppose.
Yeah. It's just gonna be like, well, I got what I came for. I'm gonna
No.
feel bad about it, but bye.
No, that the reason for not sending the D-mail is by pure guilt.
Oh, no, it's always gonna be sacrifice one thing over another. That's always gonna be the dilemma here.
Yeah,
It's just a different person
I
each time.
I get that, but
Yeah.
it's just holy fuck.
Yeah. It would have been a bad place to send the email at,
Yeah.
which is why this is gonna happen, and it's also gonna do wonders for telling us, the audience, that he now understands what went wrong with those dates.
I see Luca off at the station.
No, you traveled back, so
What?
don't worry about it. Just continue.
No, it's just seeing them off at the station. What? When did that happen? What?
I think it's because of where he leaped to. He's already with Luca.
Okay. I see Luca off at the station, and after going home to change into my regular clothes, head back to Yanabayashi Shrine.
Because this is still the 15th. They were supposed to go to Komima. But he leaped back and stopped them from going to Komima at the station. And he went back to wear his normal clothes, and he came back here. Well, Lukaku was also waiting. The time he went back to when he time-leaved was when they were on their way to the station to take a train to get to Komima.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
I just don't get why. He could have done the whole thing over and have her happy
He
as
probably
fucking
didn't remember
butts.
the exact time. It's not him who remembers. Remember? It's Kurisu who remembers times and dates.
I don't care. He could.
Don't worry about it. That doesn't matter in this.
It fucking matters.
It doesn't not matter.
It matters.
It matters not in the grand scheme. Let's continue.
No. Not if you're gonna say that.
But it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
It fucking matters. He has to do this properly. He's not doing this properly.
I would argue that he does do it properly, but you also haven't seen the entire scene.
No, I haven't seen the entire scene, and I don't care. He should have gone back to before they started going out and do it over. Instead of just going back to like earlier that day.
I think his thought process here is that...
I don't care about his thought process. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, but let me finish. It's that he's done nothing but hurt her, but she still upheld her promise. He just wants to do at least one thing for her. It's not like they can do this thing that he wants to do every single day, those 3 days, and call it a date.
No, that's not what I... That's not what I want him to do. I don't want him to do over... No, I want him to give her a good time for all 3 days. It doesn't have to be the same thing you do every day. Have some variety. You can still have variety and still be yourself. It doesn't have to be one single fucking day.
Just continue. We're not gonna agree in this, so...
I don't like the way you're dismissing me.
No, I'm not dismissing you, I'm just saying we're not
You
gonna
are
agree.
dismissing
No,
me.
I'm not. I'm just saying... I don't see a reason to agree, or not to agree, oh my god, to discuss it, because this is a matter of basic principles as a human, and therefore we're not gonna agree, and I don't want to make an hour discussion out about this when we're not gonna agree anyways. It's not dismissing you, I'm just stopping the discussion before it ends out with us arguing.
Well, I was just stating my opinion,
Yeah, I know.
and you decided to go against my opinion, which you didn't need to do.
No, I was trying to explain from his point of view.
I don't care his point of view.
No, but
I don't care the storyteller's point of view. I think they did wrong. I think they should have done it differently. That's how I think. Now we can move on, okay?
Yeah.
And don't try to downplay that. Okay?
I never did that.
That's what you did with the responses you had.
No, I was just
That's what it felt like to
explaining
me.
Another point of view. That's all.
It doesn't.
It wasn't biased towards you. Or from you. I don't know what it's called.
I think bias to watch you is probably the right term.
I don't know.
All I'm saying is I didn't like the way you...
I was just doing what I always do. Putting out different points of view on the subject. That's what I do. Shit.
Where an aura of peace and dignity dominates. Where the cries of cicadas resound. Yukaku's home. She might cry at any moment.
これで恋 人関係は終わりっていうことですよね。
何を勘違いしている？
Well, at least he's back to being his usual self.
Yeah.
As she should have been from the entire beginning.
This is, yeah. I don't agree with this choice. But that's just it. Because, like, why do you have to hurt her first before? Like, why can't you just have her be happy the entire time? That's what I don't get. You have the time travel possibility of doing so.
I don't know. It's not necessary.
It's not like in other like stories where you have to get things perfect from the start.
No, I know.
Because we have, you know, time travel. So they could, like, because of time travel, it lends itself to, you know, be able to make it perfect. So why shouldn't he do that?
Because that is not the point of this character arc. Narratively.
I understand that both of them get the idea across that he has changed, that he has realized what he needs to do. I get that. But I just feel like, instead of first hurting her, then decide to just have her be happy the entire time. There's no need of hurting her.
There's also no need to be perfect. I might argue that as long as Lukaku is happy with this, it shouldn't matter about the rest of the days. But...
俺たちの恋人関係はまだ終了してないぜ。
I strike a pose and mimic a line from a popular card battling anime. Which one? Yu-Gi-Oh?
Probably right up.
I was thinking of, you know, real ones.
But Rainet is apparently the big one here, so...
Yeah. Until I witnessed Mario's death, this was how I acted all the time. Now it takes some effort, but I still have it in me.
でも
我が弟子よ、今すぐ妖刀さみだれを持ってくるのだ。
The wind blows. The tree growing over the main building rustles its leaf in response. Lukaku looks at me blankly. Tears form in the corners of her eyes.
なんです。
なんですだと？決まっているだろう。精神残魔流の修行だ。
修行？
この2ヶ月近く、俺たち2人でやってきた修行、忘れたのか？
いえ、でも岡部さ。
今日
It's
も
Horn Kyomada!
我が名を忘れたのか？
Shit.
Do I need to take it away from you?
No.
俺は 狂気の
Staying
マッ
fun.
ドサイエンティスト
Mm-hmm.
法院京馬だ。男だとか女だとか、そういうところで俺は混乱してルカ子との距離をうまくつかめずにいた。
You pull it out! Stop that!
Well, it didn't sound like it was that stuck. But it
No,
was still
but
a little
she
stuck.
still made a sound when she pulled it out.
Yeah,
So it clearly must have hurt a little bit.
maybe. Either that or it was relief.
I don't think so. I've
Probably
never
not.
done that before, so.
No. But she does make sounds when she's, you know,
You know,
happy
when
and
she's
something-
happy, yeah.
and something feels good.
But I don't think pulling out a feather would be relief.
I don't know.
Is that you or was that her?
That was her.
Stepping around?
Yeah.
That was very,
That's
very...
what she does often when she's
Yeah.
trying to get into the right position. So
Yeah,
she can
this is like really loud. I could hear it
Yeah.
through my headset.
try to have try to imagine how it is when it's on your fucking head.
I mean, I can hear everything she does through my headset, so.
I don't mean your headset. I mean your forehead or
Oh, okay,
whatever. When you're laying.
I
down.
heard the word headset, but
on
I
your
might have heard.
head.
I might have heard wrong. I don't
Yeah.
fucking know.
決まっていた
Are there even any left?
え
何がですか
So she left. I'm sorry, you're eating them.
I want to savor them. Yes.
I do that. I only eat them when we stream.
Yeah.
俺は男で。
Hey, Okabe, could you get in shot, please? I understand that that's a whole thing to it, but whatever.
I said myself confused, but yes, it's still funny.
Take a deep breath.
そんなことはどうでもいい。
It matters not!
俺は俺であり、ルカ子はルカ子であり。
I'm also not sure this message would have come quite the same way across for Lukaku if we haven't had those dot states before, but shit. I'm sorry, I hit the mic!
Well, specifically the conversation about how they met.
Yeah.
I can see that, I suppose.
ルカ子は俺の弟子だ。
そうです僕じゃなくて
She's tired.
京馬さんは確かに僕の師匠です
Holy shit, you're so slow speaking sometimes.
Lukaku is slow, but that's her character.
I know.
She's a very cautious, low self-esteem kind of person.
Yeah, it's not so much that it's just like
Struggling to speak her mind.
I'm like, oh, we're at the end of the
No.
the sentence. No, that's more. That's just a pause.
よく言った。さあルカ子よ、サミダレを持ってくるのだ。
Bring forth the replica sword! One foot.
Yeah.
He took a foot up after splitting herself.
Hmm.
はい待っててくださいねすぐ取ってきますからここに
Oh, she's no
い
longer
てください
crying.
ね
That's a good thing.
Uh-huh.
どこにも行かないさ。だから早く行くんだ。
She comes back out and he's just gone.
Now that would be breaking her fragile maiden heart.
Yeah.
She would just want to disappear from this world.
They were holding hands? What?
Mm.
At no point did they state that they started holding hands.
No, don't worry about it.
Look,
Just imagine that they were holding hands for something. Might have stretched his hand out to her and took it out. Don't worry about it.
Lukaku reluctantly lets go of my hand, shyly turns away from me, and heads to the Srin office. Srin. Whee! Whee! And the training begins.
Now you waited.
It's nothing impressive, though. It's purely based on my Junibyo delusions. I did almost all the talking.
At least you talked. That's the point.
Hmm.
Also, that's misspelled.
Yep.
Or Lukaku.
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 Lukaku listens to my ramblings with rapt attention. Yeah, you know, the whole idea of, you speaking passionately about something and them enjoying you speaking about
Plus,
that.
this is how they met. This is what they bonded over.
Yeah.
This is part of the reason why Lukaku likes Okabe.
Yeah.
This is perfect. I'm tired.
Yeah. Occasionally, we take a break, sit on the side stairway, and eat the sweet rice balls Lukaku's mother brings us. They're making me salivate.
You want one?
No, it's the rice bowl stuff.
The sweet rice bowl? Yeah.
That's how we spend our ordinary time together.
よし今日はここまで
Oh, no. Alright.
He said that.
ありがとうございました。ちょっとだけ強くなれた気がします。
謙遜しなくていい。今日お前は精神三魔流奥義の一つ32式さくらんぼを得た。
Type 32 Cherry Bomb!
Oh my god.
だが過信はするな。
He makes me
お前は
cringe
ま
so
だ
hard.
弱いんだからな。
I mean, that's the entire point. Chunibos are supposed to be cringe.
Don't get cocky.
教えてもらいたい。
Not funny! Not okay! Lukaku has gender dysphoria!
No.
Nah. Like, Lukaku has gender dysphoria. It ain't funny! But whatever, as long as they can laugh about it together. I guess.
I can make that joke because I also have gender dysphoria.
You can make that joke!
Yeah.
Okabe cannot make that joke!
No.
I cannot make that joke! Unless I know it's okay to make it with you specifically.
Yeah.
But I can't make it with just anyone.
No.
And since you made it first, I can also make it for you.
Yeah.
Because now I know it's okay.
The breeze feels nice after the sweat we worked up.
We? I'm pretty sure Lukaku did all the work and all the sweating, but whatever.
I mean, considering how warm it is, I
Still,
think
He
not
said
to-
worked up sweat. That means he had to have moved to get this sweat.
we actually don't get to see much of it, so we don't know if he's
I would assume he might also
showing.
have shown what it is that
Yeah.
she's supposed to do. I get that. It's
Yeah.
just funny because
Yeah,
we didn't see a move
No.
at all.
京馬さんのお話聞けた気がします。
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Wasn't It hasn't been since almost the start of the game.
不安定な状態だったのだ。
Yeah. Has been under the dread influence of the foul grimoire known as the manual.
Okay.
I mean, he's not wrong.
No.
だがもう完全
That manual was full of bullshit.
Yeah.
It did not help at all.
よかった。いつもの京馬さんが戻ってきてくれて。昨日僕に聞きましたよね。
Also,
男だった
another
記憶が
story
残って
narrative reason why they didn't do it. Lukaku had to remember that. Regardless of whether it was the right choice, morally or whatever, narratively it's a necessary thing.
おう
I just want Lukaku to be as happy as possible.
Lukaku is happy in this moment.
But as happy as possible
Yeah,
for
I
as
know.
long as possible.
I know. That's what you do in Lukaku's ending.
Because that's what I want.
Because she deserves the best in this world.
Because that's what I want for myself.
Yeah. And she deserves the best in this world. She's a
Yeah.
cinnamon bun.
Mm.
She did definitely nothing wrong.
覚えているんです。
I love that fucking face. As a still.
Yeah.
It looks like she's in the middle of moving because of the way
Yeah.
her hair is.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, honestly. But whatever.
Like shaking her head or something.
Yeah,
like that.
exactly.
No surprise. Surprise, motherfucker.
Surprise, motherfluffer!
Sunrise, motherfucker.
Yes. Some yas, motherfluffer!
I expected she'd remember after what I experienced with Faz. Well, the thing with Faz could have been a,
Fluke.
fluke. Well,
Miracle.
one person only thing.
Mm-mm.
Like, I wasn't expecting that to happen again.
But it does.
It's interesting. I suppose there's a reason for that. Instead of it just retreading.
Yeah, I mean, it is necessary for the narrative where it's going with Lukaku here. It's the reason why Lukaku had that strong reaction to it first. Even you pointed out that it's a little bit weird.
Mm.
She most likely already remembered then about these things.
Yeah. But I just
But I think the general consensus, I don't remember if this is canon or if it's just people talking, but the general consensus is that they may have been able to remember because they are very close to Okabe, who has reading Steiner. And that might be the trigger for that. Well, I can't remember if it's canon or not, but that's the general consensus people have. I think he somehow influences that ability.
okay. It's a little weird, but okay. Oh, did I read that? Yeah, I read that.
覚えているというか、なんて言ったらいいのか、とても儚い感じ。
Transient.
Oh my god. Stop making trans jokes. Ah, no, you're no fucking princess. Stop that immediately.
I'm no Himedere.
I am the Himedere. You don't need to laugh like that to be a Himedere. Himedere is just expected to be pampered.
What's the gloomy one called?
Define gloomy.
Well, you know how I am.
Because normally you would talk about kuderes, but they're not gloomy. They're just stone-faced most of the time.
No, that's not what I mean. Someone with,
You are
low
Butcher the
self-esteem.
Rock. That's what you are.
I'm not even a Deda.
You're Butcher the Rock.
I have no Deda type.
I don't know if there's a dinner type for what you are.
Maybe it's because I'm a romantic. That's why I don't have a Deda type, because I'm not romantic. I don't have romantic interest.
So I'm saying, you're Butcher the Rock.
Okay.
A giant mess of a blob.
Giant blob of a mess.
Yeah. And socially, not very good. So low self-esteem, yes. I'll check on all those. You are Butcher the Rock, and you like music, so even better.
Can I be Hitori Bochi?
But Butcher the Rock fits you better.
But she's low self-esteem.
So is Butcher.
But I like Hitori Bochi.
I know, you haven't watched Butcher the Rock, have you?
No, I haven't.
Then you cannot say anything about that. I think you can be able to find a lot of gifs of Butchie and you'd be like, mood for everything.
No, I know.
Every one of those.
I know a fair bit about Butchie the Rock because very popular with the internet.
Yeah, and he came out very close to Hidori Butchie as well. They both kind of the same things.
There was a few years between them.
Oh, I don't think so, no.
There was.
I don't think so, no.
Yes.
儚い
Kanai.
はっきり思い出したわけじゃなくて
Hakanai. She still looks like she's shaking. She
そこの
just moved her head a bit.
というか
It's probably a reuse of
Maybe.
stills.
Yeah. This looks funny.
この辺
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's definitely from a shake that they use this and they
Yeah.
just stops and talks. That's funny.
Wang.
They had to save money somewhere and that was it.
Wang.
I don't know if it's because this like specific thing they're saying was said exactly the same in the anime and that's why they had to reuse. Because they only animated new stuff for the endings.
Yeah.
The rest is just,
I don't get it.
I don't really get it.
とにかく覚えているんだな
I don't fucking get it.
すみません昨日は嘘をついちゃいました
I mean, we knew that.
We kind of knew that already. You say with a straight face.
俺法院教魔を欺いたのだから大したものだ
She bit my hand
She's like,
while trying to get up.
yeah. She's like, fuck off. It's like, get off here.
I don't think that's necessarily
No,
why.
she's just trying to get a hold of your hand to get
Yeah.
up, I'm pretty sure. At this point.
Exactly. Which is why it was
But that's
kind of
not
a hard bite.
how skin works.
そのお
Pels.
かげで
No.
She don't care
お母さんの
though.
ポケベルの番号も僕聞かなくても知っているんです
Yeah, I suppose, yes.
Ah.
Because she didn't know before she asked. The other one.
今日はどんな結果になってもこれを渡すつもりでした
Yes, we also know that.
We know that.
それからもう一つ
One more thing?
記憶のことと関係しているかどうかわからないんですけど古いパソコンのありかについて
Right! She did speak weirdly when we talked about that computer. She's hiding something about it.
IBN 5100のことか
IBN 5100!
多分そうだと思います
Plus, Luca's dad confirmed that it was here at the shrine. And then one day it was suddenly disappeared. Or it suddenly disappeared. It was suddenly disappear.
Yeah, it was suddenly disappear.
Beautiful
syntax right there.
Wonderlands. Does Lukaku know where it is now? No.
それが
Well,
事実なら
Not in a way that we can obtain it from that
France
information.
probably.
At least it's not a way we can obtain it.
そうかもしれない
それは
I don't think it's that easy. I don't think it's that easy either, Lukaku. We all know that the world is trying to keep that computer away from him. So.
But why?
But why not?
Why?
ついてきてください案内します
It's probably damaged beyond usage. Or something.
Damage beyond repair. Lukaku took me to the coin lockers near Daibiru.
Daibiru. Big building. Biru means building.
Okay. She... Thank you, Pearls. She told me that she'd taken the IBM 5100 from the storehouse and hidden it here. The story goes that Lukaku accidentally broke the IBM 5100 while cleaning up the storehouse. She only brought it to the lockers because she feared getting in trouble. Strangely enough, Lukaku said that it felt like two distinct memories had intertwined with each other. The first is the memory of her breaking the IBM 5100. The other is a vague memory of herself as a boy. In that memory... Aiko!
Hey!
In that memory, she was cleaning the shrine's main hall rather than the storehouse. So she didn't even touch the IBM 5100. Curious.
Curious indeed.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Yeah, curiouser and curiouser.
I'd heard that if an item was left inside a coin locker for more than a month, management will dispose of it. When Lukako pointed me toward the locker in question, that proved to be true. The locker was empty.
Well, it's gone.
As a result, the IBM 5100 will never reach me.
Nope.
Is this the butterfly effect? Damn, you guys are still streaming!
Yeah!
Yes!
Yeah! We're almost done though, I think. But yeah, we're still streaming.
Hello again! Hi.
We finished dating Lukako.
Yes. Yes, we are getting, well...
We now have the patron number.
We are getting towards the do we send or not send
Yeah, the
deal.
decision that each chapter has in the latter half of this game.
So no, we are not done dating Lukako. We're still
suppose-
gonna have her ending.
I
Just not-
suppose, but
just
we're
not today.
done going on these dates that she specifically requested.
The canon
Yes.
dates. Pals, stop! It hurts. Is this the butterfly effect?
やっぱり
No, it's the world trying to keep that computer away from you because
方法は
that's what
ない
Cern
みたいで
wants.
す
Poor Lukako.
There's no longer any doubt in her eyes. There is no choice. She knows it as well as I.
今度こそ
It's dark already.
お別れですね
Must be very late then.
It's in the evening.
It's just because, you know, it's summer and it's...
Yeah, but Japan works way different when it comes to how much sun's out for how
Oh.
long. Yeah.
Okay, well.
It's not out for as long as it is here. Surprisingly.
How'd that work?
I think the difference
But doesn't it depend on where you are in Japan? If you're
in
in
Tokyo.
the no...
That's where I can speak from.
Okay.
Because that's where Tetsuo-san lives. And he's the one we talked to about it.
Yeah.
And he was surprised about the difference of how long the sun's out in winter versus summer in Denmark.
Yeah.
The difference is not that big in Japan. So
But that's also
you would
bec-
expect the sun to go down earlier in summer, but later in winter in Japan. Shit. Sorry! That was a twitch! Not my coordination.
But that would have to do with them being closer to the belt.
Yeah, but the weird thing is they're not. Not
They have-
Tokyo, at least.
They have to be, otherwise it wouldn't
They're
make
in the
sense.
same climate belt as we are. At least Tokyo is. Japan's very long, so.
Yeah, Japan's long, I know. They have different climates
Mm,
throughout the country.
yes. But Tokyo is very similar.
That cannot be true if the whole thing with the sun is true.
Let me see if I can't find a map.
Because if they are at the same distance, sort of, from... I forget what it's called.
I mean, they're a bit further down, but it's
Yeah.
not a lot.
No, but they're still further down.
Yeah. At least on a flat map, I don't know.
What's it called?
What?
The belt.
Equator?
Equator, thank you. I couldn't remember. Where else?
But we're talking same distance from equator as Germany and France. Which honestly isn't that different from us when it comes to sun. So it's not a lot. It is not a lot.
Then how
The
is
northern, like the southern part of Hokkaido is the same as us, and the northern part is part of the polar circle.
then how is it different?
I don't know. It just is, apparently. I don't know.
That doesn't make sense.
There might be something else there. I don't know. I just know that Tetsuo himself has said that the difference between winter and summer is a lot less when it comes to sunlight hours. That's him speaking from experience.
Because that would go against the whole idea of equator and, you know,
I know what you mean.
the Earth revolving around itself.
But there might be factors we're not taking into consideration.
Elevation?
Tokyo's not really elevated that much.
That also shouldn't really matter.
No, but it isn't. Tokyo is not really that elevated.
No.
It's straight out to a bay. It's surrounding a bay.
Yeah, but
So,
again, that it still doesn't matter.
no,
It shouldn't make a difference. Elevating it would probably only extend it.
But it's one of the reasons why they don't have daylight savings time.
Wait, what?
As a sun graph.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it and I'm like,
What's up?
I don't know how to read the top one.
This one?
Yeah.
You can see sunrise around this area and sunset around this area. This is night, this is day. The red line is
What is
noon.
X?
X is months in a year.
Okay. And Y is time of day.
From it's from 0 to
Midnight to midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then that makes more sense.
ああ
京馬さんと修行ができて本当に良かったです。
I can tell she's desperately holding back her tears. But those tears hold a different meaning than the ones I saw before. I time-lip.
They have shorter days in summer than we do.
But why?
I also love that we have like a cut. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Like we have like clear cuts, and I think it's because of summer daylights.
Yeah,
It's
it's
daylight savings that's moving this.
Mm.
But if you like look in like June, it never gets fully dark in summer.
No.
Which it does in Japan. We also have longer.
How does that make sense?
I don't know why that's how it is, but that's how it is. or like noon and midnight, when you look at it from a sun perspective, is also much later than in Japan.
What?
In Japan, the solar noon, the noon, right between where the sun comes up to the sun goes down, at least somewhere here, is around 1 o'clock here, and in Japan it is a bit before 12. Because our summer days are so much longer.
This needs to be researched more.
This is a research subject for later.
Yeah.
But yeah, they have a few hours shorter, so there's usually completely dark by 8 o'clock in summer. That is not here. That's not the case here.
That makes no sense to me.
Well, we're gonna look at it later. Not right now. Let's just get to the choice.
As in tomorrow.
Yeah, but right now let's just get to the.
At least I'd like to think so.
俺はお前に恋人らしいことは何もしてやれなかったな。
そんなことはどうでもいいですよ。
You don't have to act like a partner. It's not what you wanted, anyways.
助けてあげてください。まゆりちゃんは僕にとっても大事なお友達ですから。
ルカ子。
もう行ってください。出ないと僕泣いちゃいそうで。だから
You're already crying, Luko.
お願いします。
But sure.
今日までありがとうございました。こういう時は例の合言葉ですよね。
Help Psychon grew. Still can't pronounce it correctly. Kongeli. Got it.
コングルーだ。
エルサイコングルーフです。
Finally, you say it correctly.
Hmm.
Good on you, Lukako.
I turn back to the archway at the shrine's entrance. My feet are heavy. They won't advance. Then I take out my phone.
クリスティーナ。
Turn on the D-mail machine!
電話レンジカッコ仮に入力してくれ。
何よ。どういうことか説明して。
いいから。
No explanation. You'll forget this in 5 minutes anyways.
これから D メールを。
After we get the ending.
Well, canonically that ending didn't happen.
No.
Or doesn't happen.
Canonically, it doesn't happen. Sadly.
I tell her Lukako's mother is...
Lukako's mother's page number.
Yeah, I know. It's
It's funny, but that's how it works. You cannot
No.
say off in this because they're both people. They're both living things. Therefore,
I know.
It's weird.
I know.
English is weird.
It's just always... It always gets me.
I mean, in Japan, it would also be Lukako no Okasan or Haha no page number. So they also say no twice there. That's just how
I
it
know.
works.
Yeah.
It's still funny.
Ow!
That was a bird there. Oh, she Yankee, very Yankee now.
She needs to go to bed. With another string of numbers attached. Meat, veg, meat, veg, meat, veg. Meat, veg, meat, veg. When she sees this, Lukaku's mother will probably think it's a prank.
Yeah, when you add it together with the other one.
And then she'll assume that email we sent earlier was also a prank.
Mm.
If that still doesn't change the world line, we can just try something else. Prank.
Make another prank!
Pagers back then didn't display the sender's number. Lukaku's mother won't know who sent it. Prank.
Having fun?
I don't know. I already told Kurisu the timer settings. Or setting. Everything. Sweaty.
Ah!
Now I just need to call the phone wave.
And then set it to change.
Then the world line would change. Boom, 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 boom.
Almost there.
Her memories will disappear. Mayuri won't die today.
Hopefully.
Not
We don't actually know that.
No.
But
Not today. Mayuri. Or something, I don't know. CERN.
not today, Moika!
Yeah. However, I hesitate to open my
No, actually, not today! World! Timeline!
Where did all?
Attractor field! How dare you try to kill my idea? It's not even only Moika who does it, or CERN. It's the entire world wants her dead.
I hesitate to open my address book. My thoughts turn to Lukaku, who is probably still watching me from behind. I came from behind. If I turn around, what will I see on her face?
Good question.
I want to check, but I don't think she'd want that. This time, I'm about to sacrifice Lukaku's memories. Memory.
Mm-hmm. Memento Mori.
Even so. Turn around. Every time I do, I get a little bit closer. Is it okay to turn Lukaku back into a guy? I've sacrificed the memories of two friends already. Oh my goodness.
She's sad.
Oh no.
本当は戻りたくないです。
I mean, that's very fair.
Oh, sorry, pros. Her words. I
You
like
disturbed her.
I-
Tries to sit on one foot and you disturbed her.
I pushed her with my head.
Yeah.
Her words are like needles stabbing into my heart. Step through the heart, and
You're too late! The 1,000 needles. It's like the macaque tower.
岡部さんへのこの気持
Death by 1,000 cuts.
10,000 needles will almost insta kill you in that game.
男なの
Well, there's your insinuation. That it doesn't matter what gender Lukaku has.
いけないと
Lukaku
思うから
likes Okabe romantically.
Canonically.
Yes.
I have nothing against homosexual.
I mean, I suppose as a principle you don't have anything against them, but you have a hard time dealing with it when you're faced with that situation. That's different.
それに
Also, I don't think
今日の
I don't
記憶
think
も
Lukaku is necessarily homosexual.
消えちゃうんですよね
We don't really know if they're attracted to a specific gender or not. Lukaku just likes Okabe.
Yeah.
手をつないで一緒に歩いたことも久しぶ
Yeah,
り
you
に
want us to go to bed.
Hmm.
二人で修行をしたこともこうして今岡部さんの
Stop. Yeah.
忘れたくない。僕、忘れたくないです。
Playful.
Hmm.
I can see your muscles twitching to jump after her. Sorry.
Hmm.
Leave Pearls alone.
岡部さんのこと
Yeah, she left now, Pearls.
好きだから。まゆりちゃんを助けたい気持ちは僕にもあるから、しょうがないって理性では理解できていても
Still a hard choice, a hard realization to come to.
辛いです。せめて今日の記憶だけは残しておきたかったです。こんなに辛い気持ちを味わうって知ってたなら、女の子になりたいなんて願うんじゃなかった。
ルカ子、
すみません。そんなことはどうでもいいの気持ちですよね。
You good?
お前が男に戻っても俺にとってルカ子はルカ子だ。それは変わらない。
そう言ってもらえて嬉しいです。岡部さん、メール送ってください。
No, it's D-mail.
Still email.
No, it's D-mail.
Sure.
お願いします。
Or what did Okabe call it originally? I forget.
What?
What was Okabe's idea for the name?
Oh, he had multiple.
Okay.
これ以上
They were all stupid.
岡部さんのぬくもりを感じていたら、僕
You shaking, Pearls?
Hmm.
もっと嫌なこと
She's tired.
言っちゃいそうだから。
We're also just about done, so.
もう気持ちを我慢できなくなっちゃうから。
だが
Can I do this? Is this really okay? No, she's a minor.
That's not what he's talking about. God damn it! He's also a minor. So that doesn't matter either way.
I'm about to sacrifice someone again.
Yeah.
Again. Is it my place to make that decision?
Not really, but you're the one who started the change. There we go.
僕のこと覚えていてくれますか。
はあ、
We're just gonna go until this thing is over.
Do save though.
You want me to save now?
Yeah, might as well save now.
Okay.
Because it's hard sometimes to know when it ends. So just save now.
There we go.
女の子だった僕のこと
I love how it's a phone up there now because you have to call and not write it. Instead of just being an envelope.
Hmm. I mean, he will remember everything, but
Yeah, he will remember. there is at least that, despite everything.
If I make the call.
たった4日間だけ恋人だった僕のこと覚えていてくれますか？ありがとう岡部さん。さようなら僕の好きな人。
Well, there you go. Now you can save again. But just save up there. Alright. Yep. Next stream will be Lukako's ending. That is not my fault.
No, I'm not saying.
It also just isn't a good stopping point until this point. Honestly.
No.
There really isn't.
No. That would have been when we took a break.
Yeah, that was very early.
Yeah.
That was only an hour in.
No, 7 hours?
No!
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 Only 5.
Only 5! No. We agreed that despite what other videos tell me the length of the story is, I know it's gonna be doubled, at least. So we're gonna do the entire ending next time. And if it's a shorter stream, it's a shorter stream.
I have a feeling that if we try to get through the ending now,
Yeah.
we're gonna end up at like almost a 10-hour stream.
Maybe not 10 hours, but at least maybe close to 8.
8 to 9.
Yeah, close to 8, I would say at the very least. So, well, just though we usually get so tired, everything's funny. This is not an ending where everything's funny either way. So.
Yes, we need to get some sleep.
Yeah, we need to get some sleep. I need to go and rest.
Yeah.
So, no 7 hours stream this time. Those are not normal. They're not supposed to be normal.
No, we're not those kinds of streamers.
I mean, we don't live off of streaming, so...
No.
We have other things to do.
Yep.
It just so happens that tomorrow I don't have any lectures, so...
Yeah.
It's okay for us to go on for a bit longer, but if I had to meet at 8, I would have maybe stopped us a bit before this. Regardless. But... What's up?
Good question if I can call CKI tomorrow.
I don't know.
I want to try. See what happens.
If they say they're outside of their normal opening times, outside the normal opening times, just call Friday.
Yeah, I'll just call them Friday.
Because it is only half a holiday, so I don't really know how the hospital works under that when it comes to administrative stuff.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you could join us for like 10 more minutes, Val. However much that was.
I was more than that. More like half an hour.
Maybe half an hour. I don't fucking remember. Time is a construct and I don't understand it. It's relative, after all.
Time is it's essentially just us trying to make sense of things.
Yes. It's us trying to make it easier to understand the phenomena that occurs.
That is day and night.
Yes. As well as aging and everything. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
But time is still relevant in its perception. So.
You don't actually need time.
I mean, it's not whether we need it or not. It's there. But we didn't necessarily need to define it, no. Hehehe. Look at the emoji. It's a hype. But yeah, I guess you can do the end spiel.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
I don't know if Elle speaks German. I certainly don't.
Well, how am I supposed to do a spiel if I don't speak German?
I mean, technically, spiel in German means tabletop game, but yes. So that doesn't really make sense to begin with.
I should don't. I don't know if that's spelled the same.
What?
I don't know if they're spelled the same.
What is?
Spiel and spiel.
Which spiel and which spiel?
Spiel as in I'm doing a spiel, the ending spiel.
Oh.
Or
I'm not actually sure
spiel.
that's originally a German word.
No. Or spiel, which is a game.
I don't know. But regardless.
Also, I'm pretty sure it's spiel for game and then spiel.
Yeah, but again, I don't think it's actually a
talk.
German word.
I don't know.
It would be weird if it was.
Why?
So never heard German people use the word spiel for that.
Maybe. I thought you were going to say that, don't really use German words in English, but we do. Kinder. In kindergarten. This means child.
Spelled the same.
They're spelled the same?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yeah, kinder means child. So, child garden. Kindergarten.
What?
Or actually, no, it's kindergarten. It's actually from German, the whole thing. So, child something. Because it's garden with a T. Garten.
It actually does derive from German.
Mm-hmm.
But it means something completely different, which is funny. It's derived from the German word spielen, meaning to play. But you use it for a long rehearsed thing you have to say.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's kind of...
Yeah. Which is funny. That's funny.
A rehearsed?
Yeah. Like a sales pitch or an executive speak. Yeah, we're now getting German lessons. I mean, we had German for a few years at school, so we know the basics.
Or, a play in the theater that is also rehearsed, where the word stems
but that
from.
is not...
That's what they mean by a play.
No, it says to play. It was the verb spielen it came from.
Messy. You're not checking the Google overview, are you?
I am looking at what it says, yes.
That's AI.
Yeah, I know.
Don't trust it.
But it
Don't
says...
Trust it.
I don't trust it. I look at where it gets the information from.
I don't care. It makes up shit. AI is not trustworthy. Which is why I don't use Google anymore. Fuck Google and their fucking AI.
But regardless, it's just the same here.
Spiel. Clip, speech, pitch, slang. Probably from the verb meaning to speak in a glib manner. Earlier, to play circus music. In German-American context, from German spielen, to play. From Old High German, spielern, to play. Or spielern. Yeah, cognate with Old English spielen. The noun also, perhaps, from German Spiel, play, game. Related, Spiele. The Old English cognate survived from early Middle English as spiele, play, sport, revelry. Also a verb, spielen, from Old English, spilian.
Apollo! That didn't describe at all that Ike was running around. Damn.
Glib speech.
Hmm?
It's just that spiel is supposed to be glib speech.
Yeah, that's glib is some word you probably don't want to know much. But...
Because glib is sort of a negative word.
But not necessarily in this context. Capybara!
Bongo. Yes. Anyways, we've gotten to the end of the stream. As always. And, well, if you're watching this over on YouTube and you have enjoyed it, please leave a like. Also for Apollo. He's very happy.
Yeah, you can probably hear him.
I can see that. But yes. And if you aren't subscribed, please do so. Ring the bell. And in the drop-down menu, select all to make sure that you will be able to see our uploads in your feed.
Yes.
But if you ever want to catch us live, down in the description, there's a link to our Twitch channel. Follow us over there, because then you'll be notified when we stream. We stream every Wednesday and Saturday at 8 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Good night, Val. Or good morning, good day, good day.
Good day!
Good day, mate. I always fuck that up. Time zones are always hard for me. But yeah, if you also want to try and catch us live when we're doing some of our unscheduled streams, which happens once in a while. Following us on Twitch is also a good idea, because then, again, you'll be notified when we go live. But you also have the option in the description to go to our socials, personal space social medias or socials on Blue Sky and Mastodon.
Yeah.
Eventually.
You'll be nice there eventually, yeah, but you're like on the opposite side of that, so it's gonna be fun for not for a while.
It's gonna be a while.
Uh-huh.
Because on our socials, we will, for the unscheduled streams, post a bit before, approximately an hour before we start our unscheduled streams. So you'll be notified ahead of time.
Yeah.
You can also follow our personal accounts.
Yeah.
Personal socials. Currently, it's Pride Month. Happy Pride, everyone. And to all the homophobes out there, or anyone, bigots and whatnot, have a happy, uncomfortable fucking month. As you can tell, I am politically charged.
Oh yeah, very.
Just slightly.
No, very.
Okay. Okay, I guess. So that's kind of what you should expect if you follow me on social media. Expect, political stuff. because I care very much about those things.
Yeah.
But if you want great art, follow Chiyoko. Chiyoko posts great art. Lots of art lately.
All the art.
All the art. Well, not all the art. All of your art. Not all of everyone else's art.
No.
You don't steal art.
No.
We don't steal
I
art.
repost though.
We're not AI. We don't steal.
I repost though. So you can technically still say that I post other people's art.
Well, that's reposting. That's different.
I just, give credit to them because, take their post.
Yeah. You're boosting them. Which is the important part. Yes. Otherwise, we'll be back again on Saturday with the Lukaku ending.
Yep.
So we hope to see you there. Always love to have more people in our chat.
Yeah.
It's always nice when you're here.
Yeah.
We'll see you in the next one.
Yep.
Stay fresh, cheese bags. And happy Pride. Stay safe.
All those things.
Yes.
See you now.
Stay safe at the Pride parades. Don't show your face. Especially in America. Bye bye.